Oh my lovely little cupcakes. Oh wait, volume's all the way up. We'll fix that. So I just drank a Red Bull, so I'm energized. Might be over energized. Maybe don't drink Red Bull when you have ADHD. Anyway, we are going to be continuing Asuras Wrath, and then we're going to be playing another game. After we completely finish Asuras Wrath, I have no idea how long it'll take to finish Asuras Wrath. I also have no idea what we're gonna play afterwards. Though I'm leaning on, let's see. Oh, Mortal Kombat. That sounds fun. Mortal Kombat's always fun. Do you like Mortal Kombat? I love Mortal Kombat. My main character is Scorpion. Then Kratos. The Kratos is technically a DLC. Freddy Krueger. I did play Freddy Krueger a lot. But anyway, I'm getting distracted. Okay. Also, Zach. Let's get. Wait, I need to make sure everything's working. Okay, got the stream up and rolling. You could hear my voice. Let's see if you could hear the game. Yeah, you could hear the game. Okay, everything's good. Everything's wonderful, and let's go. I feel excited. Wow, this has a kick. Do you think incense smell good? I've never actually used an incense before. Baby is so cute. Spice flower too. I don't know how terrifying that would be for the person who just dug it up just to see an angry face staring back. Plus, allegedly, it also has an aura of anger, so it must have been terrifying. Nobody else noticed that. And I just stays there. He doesn't wake up. He just stays there glowing for the next 10 minutes. No, poor baby. And the girl too, I guess. But the baby. You know how fragile babies are. Those noises don't sound good. That's not what metal is supposed to sound like.
Where am I?
Detroit?
Mithra.
Well, that's a neat re... I can't say it's reincarnation, it's not dead. Coincidence. The flower wasn't crushed by anything. I don't think we ever... Oh, I can move the camera. That's cool. I don't think we ever get a translation of what she's saying. Apparently her name is Aria. You know, like that girl from Equestria Girls. Oh, I don't need a translation to know what she just said. The monkey. not good. Time for you all to die. Trust me, it'll be fine. Oh, me. Not for you. You'll be dead. Everyone gets to be dead. Hooray for everyone. Okay, I'm gonna quickly do a thing. I'm gonna change the controllers. It's kind of weird. Okay. Yeah, that might... I think I accidentally changed it, not knowing I was changing it. Wait, that sentence doesn't make sense. Basically, I did a stupid. It's the best way I can describe it. Come on, stop. That's better. EXP, not leveling up in this game, just basically the burst gauge, and occasionally the unlimited gauge. I'm gonna shoot you in the butt, monkey. Double jump. Well, that did not go well. How much XP does that take anyway? That was like a two-shotter. Yeah, that was a two-shotter, then it's a definite two-shotter. Monkey trying to steal babies. What use does monkey even have? Let's try and focus on our I'm hard to floating by the way. Die, monkey. Oh no, baby. Yeah, this is not good for baby. Hello, Dove. Hopefully I'll be able to see you again later. I'm trying to shrink for about 8 to 10 hours. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, and I will maybe see you later. You have to fight the turtle. I'm gonna go beat up Ninja Turtle. Ow. The Ninja Turtle fought back. I can't even see what's going on, but I'm getting hit and I don't like it. Nice shot. It's trying to Bowser me. I think that's the move Bowser does. I don't know. I've never tried. Kill everything. That's it. We almost have the first game. I've decided I no longer want you to exist. Goodbye, turtle.
Arma,
マナシャバテ
Isoti,
ファショーラ
Anashonya,
Yes,
ファショーラ
I killed the turtle. Worship him.
Anashonya,
パルマン
Anashonya.
ファショーラ
Arma, Spara.
Yeah, he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it in him.
Stop praying. This is pathetic.
Which is kind of ironic, considering mantra is like prayers. Condensed prayer.
아쇼라 간도라 류샤 캬리킨 사마카
So this is the reason for the unusual mantra concentration in these parts. How disappointing.
I want to steal your cane. That'd be fun to invent.
So this is the reason for the unusual mantra concentration in these parts. How disappointing. Well, I suppose I should collect the mantra and report back to Lord Davis. Mortals, the Goma have defiled your land. Before your tarnished souls fall to Naraka, I shall guide you to heaven.
Yeah, they are just murdering people in Shang Tsung.
What are you doing?
I need not explain our ways to the fallen. A monkey like you would not understand anyway.
I'm only fallen because you say I am. He enjoys his job. I guess it's kind of heartwarming that the person gets to have a soul merged with someone he cared for.
What did you accomplish by trying to hurt us?
Hurting you.
Enjoy the new lease on life.
He was about to punch a lady holding a
What
baby.
the hell are you doing?
Yeah, seriously. I think I'm gonna hurt you now.
I will not stand for this. Your lives will end here! Surrender your soul to us. You must be saved. Say something.
Yeah, I don't think Oscar even knew what to say. This is working, and just goes to the switch. fairly easy to gain on. Which really makes sense. So close.
Can nothing quell my anger?
Hello, you will be my victim for today.
Leave me be!
What?
We're only saving the souls of the mortals!
I don't care.
That matters not to me.
Ah!
Even he's dead.
でも
They killed the baby, didn't they? I have to kill them all now. He's dead.
I know how you feel.
Just like the rest of them are gonna be.
You let me handle them.
You know, I'll probably try and be better on these. That I get C's and B's and A's and... A village on the outskirts of Shinkoku. Shinkoku is some weird name. Say that 5 times fast. Here within the stone lies the remains of the fallen demigod who defied the 7 deities long ago. He succeeded in killing one of them, but at the cost of his own. Following their divine battle, the remaining deities abandoned this land, declared it cursed for all eternity. It is believed the fallen demigod continues to watch over this land, for the Goma rarely appear in these parts. For this reason, the villagers enshrined his remains and worship from afar, but do not dare approach the shrine out of fear. There was one little girl, however, who regularly came to the shrine and offered flowers to the fallen demigod. Asura just casually having a little side life before coming back to life. Lanka, when she and her father went off to a nearby village, they were attacked by the Goma. Just when they thought their lives were over, the 7 deities came from the heavens and purified the Goma. The little girl was deeply relieved that the deities had saved her. Unfortunately, they purified everyone. However, the deities did not only purify the Goma, and thus many humans were caught up in the fires of their purification. The girl's father is one of those who perished. Yeah, that guy is dead. But rather than defy the deities for their tyranny, the villagers saw it as an honor. They rejoiced that the deities would lead their souls to heaven and gladly give their lives. The girl walked hopeless and full of despair until she stumbled upon the shrine of the fallen demigod. As the old tale said, the stone had an aura of anger, yet the girl was not afraid. Somewhere in the fallen demigod's face, she saw a resemblance to her late father. Since then, the girl has been visiting the shrine to offer flowers. Everyone did nothing but pray, but he took action. See? This little side thing gives this girl more characterization than the game. Probably because you can't really speak English. Wait for me. I'm coming with you. How are you gonna help? Hello, Waku. I see you. I see you in the
Calro's
viewer list.
brutality causes Asura to explode with anger. He launches into the skies and
There's an
attacks the
angry guy
fleet.
who gets angrier.
Amidst the battle, Asura discovers a mysterious machine on board one of the ships. What purpose does it serve?
This is a cool game. It's basically anime if it was a video game, while also being a video game if it was anime. That sentence doesn't make sense, but you know what I mean. It's got these cracking noises just out of nowhere.
You let me handle them.
Episode 9, The Best Laid Plans. So, our character can't fly. So how is he gonna get up into the sky? He's gonna punch the ground so hard he gets sent flying. Seems legit. Seems as good as a plan as any I've heard. Destroy the everything. Oh, 6 arms.
I have you now.
Roger. All ships, commence exorcism.
I like how they just called destroying the ship that's holding the enemy an exorcism. Because it kind of makes sense in a roundabout way. It's not really the plan, but
I'm not the one who started this fire.
No, but it will burn you to ash.
Roger. All ships, commence purification.
so we're dancing necessary? Oh, I think the audio's glitching out a little bit. This is very painful. In hindsight, maybe it was a pretty good plan. Like, sneaking him onto one of the ships and then just blowing it up.
You're finished.
Maximum altitude has been reached.
You know, just like that.
When you fight a fool, waste your time.
You know,
With our preparations to intercept
if
the
they have a
German
gun
army, we have no time to concern ourselves.
that could do that, why not just use it? That's the first thing. I mean, it didn't work, but...
I cannot allow him to interfere any further. He will ruin everything.
Roger.
Now, I don't know what I'm gonna do about the next, episode. It's kinda... certainly something. I don't know if Twitch might get offended. Look at those jiggle physics. Wait, curses. Evidently they did not want their doors. I don't know what these trophies I'm getting are for. Oh, there I go. This is on hard. Another reminder, this is on hard. Oh, really? Start all the way from here? Oh, that makes me kind of sad. That just means we need to try better next time. Okay. Hitting me in the back. I'm gonna hit you in the front. It's a simple beat 'em up. Not really a lot to it. It's more of an interactive story than video. Still fun though. Don't know what these guys are. Are they like mechs? Are they people? Are they people in mechs? Ah, that's a BFG. I ain't one. Hi. Tyson. Well, we have to fight Mike Tyson with a machine gun. This does not feel fair. Okay. Board.
Alert! Intruder detected in the mantra chamber.
He's getting worried. Apparently, this guy is the intelligence of the 7 deities.
What is this?
The other guy we killed was brute force.
Those are the mortal souls that have been harvested into mantra. And these ships guide them to heaven.
You son of a bitch!
Yeah, they just use soul's power. Objective is to build our stage. Goodbye. I can afford to be completely reckless and I'm in unlimited mode. Since it makes me invulnerable. Whacking for Bruno Lawrence. right.
Impossible. How could one man destroy my entire fleet?
Because I'm angry.
How? How?
Shut Garo.
Did you think I would subject myself to your primitive way of combat? Farewell, Asuras.
Yeah, that's not a waste of resources or anything.
With no plan, there is no victory. The age of beasts has long since ended.
And without all the variables, you can't have a plan. For a good plan.
What was... Ah!
Taxi service?
What way? Asura!
This is probably the single worst thing this guy could have done. Put himself in such a small space.
Finally brought stability and order to our world. Above all, Lord Donner's power is the pillar that keeps it in place.
Shouldn't mention her.
Wait, I see. Even you have fought to protect this world from the Goma. Yes? We're almost there. Soon the Goma will be no more. After the Great Rebirth, no more will need to be sacrificed. Yes, the world will be free from the threat of the Goma, and we shall attain eternal paradise. I grow tired of hearing about the world.
Basically, I don't care. And thus was the end of Cal. I don't know what I'm gonna do about this next episode. It's I don't know if Twitch will be okay with it.
Do you worry for him? You need not fear. He will not die yet. When he does, it'll be by these hands.
August. Okara was the smarts, and Wizen was the brute force. August is the awesome. He's just awesome. That's literally the whole thing. That's all he is. I got the BS. I got the BS writing. This is a good day. Karma Fortress Meeting Chamber. For those who have never played this game, basically it's anime, and between each of the episodes it has these little mini-sodes. Very beautiful art that tells the story more. It seems Calro has lost as well. So even our resident tactician with his elaborate strategisms was no match for the monkey's brute strength. How unfortunate. This cannot go on any further. We should gather our forces and attack them all at once. Wait, with our fleet's firepower, we risk causing immeasurable damage to the land. I don't think she cares. This is hardly a time to be merciful. He must be dealt with at once. Protecting the planet is merciful? Don't you live here? Now, let's not get hasty. It's in such bad taste. I'm sure August will be more than happy to take care of our little problem. Oh, he definitely will. And make it a big event and everything. Fine. Where is he? What could he be doing at a time like this? Where do you think?
Asura has defeated another of the 7 deities, and is one step closer to getting his revenge. The next to appear is his old master, August. He speaks of days long gone, as Asura licks his wounds from his battle with Calro. But this respite does not last long.
Yes. We will be having a hot springs episode. I don't really know what to do. I was honestly kind of panting on the inside. Where are my clothes?
What?
Oh god.
Can't even handle a fall from the heavens. You lack training! Lucas!
Why are you naked? I like how he's not that disturbed by this.
Relax, son. Enjoy every moment. You fight, then eat good food. You fight, then drink fine wine. You fight, then sleep with beautiful women. Hell, fight with beautiful women. That is what it means to live.
This is a guy who enjoys life and knows how to.
I am not like you.
So you think.
It's actually a quick time event. A full-on legitimate quick time event. Yeah, this is a thing. This is an actual thing. Did that guy drown himself? Okay. So, usually... Hello, August. Usually, we fill up the burst gauge by attacking and getting angry. So here, we fill up the burst gauge by getting drunk. Of course. Because why not? Yeah, that guy's dead. It's kind of awkward, isn't it? I wonder how it feels to be a person who just walks in on this gang from here and knows nothing about it. Yeah, he's awesome. Basically, we get drunk. So, let's get drunk. I'm getting so many achievements. Now that we are thoroughly drunk, we can burst. Yes, I know how that sounds. This game is something else. I love it. This is a good game. There you go, August butt shot for you. You can, if you wanna, I don't know, record it or something. Please don't, actually, don't clip that.
The world has become a boring place. That Deus claims he'll bring salvation to Gaia. He has this grand plan for it all.
August doesn't care about plan.
He actually
He's
thinks
just
he's going
wants
to
to chill.
save the world. The Great Rebirth. Ridiculous! They're all too dependent on mantra. That is why Wizen and Calro were so weak. The battles I fight for them are disappointing. They are unsatisfying. Things were different before. Yes. We used to fight side by side. Those were the days.
Of course, Sam Thaddeus is screenshot. And that. Cut back. Basically, the Doma are Earth's powerhouses because Earth is angry. So it makes sense if you guys Oh, that was easy. Trying to get everybody's feet. Every enemy has like a special QTE. Currently, screw that one tripler. Hello, Debausen. I have no idea how to block this. You can't block anything. But in dodge, like... there goes the rhino. Oh no, oh no. Something I could change about this game. I'd like to add, I wish I could add more ways to cause damage. It's like, the combat system is a bit limited. You have shoot and you have punch. And not much else. That like enemies could hurt other enemies. For your noble sacrifice.
Where are they? Where are my enemies?
Except this.
Leave this to your master, Asura. I have not yet had my fill.
You never taught me how to stop my fists.
In that case,
Bombs.
you get there first!
I wonder if they had a father-son relationship. They definitely have a mentor-mentee relationship.
Now
They
then,
respect each other.
let's settle this.
Well, that was an episode, wasn't it? happy nothing bad happened. Now, this next mission was also one of the 2 demos. Somewhere in Shinto. I really like this art style. They say Lord August has gone off to find the Fallen One. The traitor was Lord August's pupil, was he not? Do you think Lord August sympathizes with the Fallen One? Sympathize? Sympathize? What the heck was I saying? Sympathize? What? Sympathize. That's ridiculous. Lord August is the most merciless of the 7. I believe he's gone to finish the traitor off. Where did Lord August go? Kanazuki Spring. Lord August always goes there to bathe before a battle. Against Lord August, surely the Fallen One is doomed this time. I wouldn't be so sure. Lord Wizen and Lord Cholera were defeated. Who is to say that Lord August will fare any better? You have obviously never seen Lord August in battle. You would not say such things if you had. Yeah, he is that awesome. That wolf looks familiar, but I don't know where it's from. I know, because I was a soldier thousands of years ago during the War of Creation. No one can defeat Lord August. He very well may be even stronger than Lord Deus. Now enough of your babble. Move it. That's where we were. Is that a ninja cat? Yes, sir.
Asura and Augus's duel to the death begins. Their battle breaches the limits of possibility and breaks into the heavens. The intensity increases with each crushing blow. Who will be the victor, student or master? The outcome is unknown, even to the gods.
This is one of my favorite boss fights in the game. Solid third, I'd say. And yeah, we're fighting on the moon.
This will do. It's just you and me. Time to raise some hell! Now that I think of it, the last time we fought like this, you were still my pupil.
I respect
You were
this guy.
wild, unfocused, and had the eyes of a beast. Even then, I knew that someday you'd become the opponent I had been waiting for. I hope you don't disappoint!
I still wanted to get the achievement, but I didn't want to just interrupt because I like it. Also, wow. Honestly,
How would you like to die?
Arm lock's not gonna work.
It's over, old man!
I win the fisticuffs because I have more fists to cuff.
I have had carnal knowledge of the fairest maidens in heaven. Tasted the finest wines of Gaia. But none of it. None of it.
Wayland Dark is a good name for a
It's my
sword.
blood more than using my blade. Ha ha ha! Prepare to meet your end, Asuras!
Just in case you forgot about him.
The only other person August has ever drawn his sword against is you, my lord. Is he that powerful?
How interesting. Show me what you're made of!
We split the moon in half. That's the scale of this fight.
Worthy of my blade! Go there!
as if he's like,
This is where real men belong. In the fight!
I don't give a damn!
Only the strong survive. I taught you that much!
That is not for you to decide.
is. His sword is extending longer than the diameter of the earth.
Only one fighter can walk away alive!
I'll rip out your blind eyes.
Oh, by the way, August is blind, in case you didn't know. On top of all the awesome stuff he does.
I don't fight for good, and I don't fight for evil. I just fight. I will say it once more. I am you, and you are me.
I am nothing like you.
Talk about screw Earth.
Then tell me, how are we so different?
Understand even if I send you to Naraka.
Then make me understand with your fist, Asura!
Nom nom.
Yes. That was one hell of a battle. What now? Where will that anger take you? You're not me. Yet you continue to fight.
Baruma.
You no longer need my training. The one who stands in the end is righteous.
Oh, this Ro. He's so respectful.
Asura. Walk the path that you must.
He was just living life to have a good time. Basra even felt a bit bad about that.
Damia. Rama.
How did they get out of the crater? Whatever he did, exploded everything. A saw. So close. The destructor gauge. A village in the outskirts of Shinkoku, in the plaza. No, why am I still alive? If I had only prayed more, perhaps then they would have accepted my soul. This was our chance to be guided to heaven. Oh, what are we to do now? We must pray. If we continue praying, they will surely guide our souls as well. These poor people. What's wrong with all of you? Why do you do nothing but pray for death? This isn't right. If we let him go into be sick. I need to leave this place. I don't want to be here. Anywhere but here. A little while later, barren field. Where everything exploded. Literally everything. What is that? Ah, that must be him. He's fighting in the heavens again. It can't be a Goma. Goma aren't born from the heavens. It has to be him. I won't just wait here and pray. I have to make it there. I have to get to his battle.
A village in flames. The villagers willingly offer their lives to their gods, and the 7 deities rip their souls out without remorse. Pure and absolute anger overcomes Asura.
Ah, this episode. The sun is certainly an episode. A few days after the mysterious explosion. Actually, do we have... Do we even have the extras? Should. Could have sworn it at the DLC. If it doesn't, that's honestly gonna make me a little... Well, we'll see. angry enough to come back to life, but not angry enough to grow some arms. There's like a scale of anger.
자르토, 강이셨다. 아마샤, 소티 사바카.
I don't know what you're saying.
비르토, 아리토 류샤이.
But I guess you want to help, so let's go.
락타. No, 락타 바르마.
I wonder if it's super hard to balance with no arms. Probably is, right?
비르토, 아리토 류샤이. 락타.
This is uncomfortable.
I will not stand for this.
라크리토.
Ah, grievance. The Serpentrion. Elioth.
Asura has been detected.
Asura, that half-witted baboon. I will not allow him to interfere with Lord Deus's plans any further. All ships, commence purification.
Not even absorbing the souls, they're just killing them.
Wait! Stay here!
Not a good idea, kid.
It's too late. Our plans have reached the final phase. The Great Rebirth is at hand. You will not stop us! All units, destroy the village and Asura along with it!
This is gonna be slightly difficult because we don't have any arms. Which means we have no ranged attack. We can only use our legs and our head. And we can counter our attacks.
Is this what gods do?
Sometimes.
There is no need for gods that only take. For gods of death!
Roll credits. No, speak.
Daya, stop! 探し場ガソリン
You are all right.
Death to all who defy the seven deities. Your pitiful life ends now! Die!
Those won't do a lot to him. But they will do a lot to her. Okay, she is. She's gone. I knew they made the single biggest mistake in their lives against Asuras.
What was that?
The Berserk.
Asura must be destroyed! Purify him! Fire!
actually think that's gonna work. Missed it by that much.
All ships, retreat!
Asura maybe aim a little bit to the left. He's uncontrollable right now. That soul. It's the girl's soul. I think. So close. Naraka. Seems more fire than usual. Rise and shine, Asura. I lost myself again. No, you haven't lost anything. You've gained the power to save the world. Save? I could not even save a little girl with this power. Sorry, that's not a good. Yeah. Ah, wait. You have a destiny to fulfill. To all team members, Asuras isn't staying. I corrected it to death. I do have a high hope for the project's reanimation. That I'm the most enthusiastic fan of you all. I feel like these 4 pages were supposed to be in a different order.
Overwhelming power surging through him, Asura becomes strong enough to rival the Brahmastra. In an instant, he gains the power that took the 7 deities 12,000 years to accumulate. This could be what finally ends their tyranny over the humans and bring justice to the world.
Even August could not defeat you. Why? Why do you keep coming back? What is it that you are fighting for? And this power of yours? How can it surpass the power that took us 12,000 years to attain?
Anger is potent.
He is too much of a threat. He must be stopped here and now. Ready the Brahmastra.
Where was it hiding? Do they just have a spare alternate dimension to keep stuff?
Load the mantra. Prepare to fire.
Not the Brahmastra. Has she lost her mind? Olga,
Yeah.
you cannot do this. With that one blast, do you realize how much mantra will be lost? All the souls that have been given for the cause. Do you not realize that this will hinder the coming of the Great Rebirth?
Then we will just get more mantra. With the mortals under our control, our supply is endless. If we do not finish him now, there will be no Great Rebirth.
Wait, I will finish Asura.
Like you did before.
It worked.
If we finish him now, once and for all, he can never come back.
Not stray from the cause. That power is made for the eradication of the Goma. Do not waste the souls of the dead on the likes of him.
This conversation is over! You will not interfere!
That
those souls are for. The cause. I will interfere. I will not let you do this. I must reach the turret before the mantra finishes loading.
Where are you going?
Why do you
Is it
need
not
to know?
obvious? I am going to stop this injustice.
Lord Yasha has gone mad! Seize him!
Oh, wait. Okay, you hit first. This is self-defense. Self-defense.
Take it!
Wait. Wrong direction.
Stay out of this! Either way, you cannot stop the Brahmastra now!
Says you.
Even gods are not above reproach.
The Brahmastra has entered the final preparation phase. Commencing mantra charge. Mantra charge completion in T-minus 5 minutes.
It's begun. I must hurry.
those silly doors. Personally, when it comes to Yasha's unlimited mode, usually he becomes faster, but he does not become invincible. That looks painful. They fought first.
Mantra charge completion in T-minus 2 minutes. Mantra charge completion in T-minus 1 minute. Mantra charge
May have made it this far. However, if you stop the class now, the mantra will cause the rubbish to vanish.
Cool.
Why do I hesitate?
Then it won't
Our
have to hurry.
cause is genuine. We are in the right.
You need to live in the moment more. You think too much.
Foot, knee, face. What school is that building? I know it's shaped like a place, really.
Lord Yasha's interference has diverted the beam. Damage report. Unable to fire.
Damn you, Yasha!
This is not the cause I supported.
Yes, we got the S rank. Once again. Survive. Somewhere on Gaia. We got stars for me. To maintain my beauty, a little exercise is necessary once in a while. Consider it an honor to be purified by someone with such grace. That's what I would say, if any of you impure had any brains. This is the only chance for your filth to shine. They're just getting murdered. It's not even funny. After dashing through the horde of Goma, Sergei bows gracefully. At the same moment, the Goma are ripped to shreds in the background. At least you can die beautifully. Lord Sergei, I have a report. Certainly a name, isn't it? Sergei. Excuse me, sir. Gay. That's a great. During our attempt to fire the Brahmastra upon Asura, Lord Yasha interfered and deflected the blast. Hee hee hee. How typical of him. I knew he would show his true colors one day. I can't wait to see that troubled look on his face. It's quite exquisite. Yes, sir. Lord Deus has summoned you regarding the incident. Tell him I'll be right there. As soon as I finish this purification.
A horde of Goma approaches the city. Sergei urges for purification, but Yasha decides to try and stop them on his own. Will he be able to save the city from the Goma and purification?
I think we all know the answer.
Soon, this village will be overrun with Goma. Before that happens, we must take action. Prepare to purify the village immediately. Wipe it out.
But the village is not under attack yet.
That's quaint.
Sounds like their problem.
But this is what we do. You know this.
You know, I don't actually know what quaint means. I should look it up. I'm gonna look it up. Quaint. Attractively unusual or old-fashioned. Yeah, really shows his personality.
Well, 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 here they come. How disgusting. Or perhaps you would like to exterminate them before they reach the village? Hmm?
I had planned on it.
Show you that. Okay. We die fast. Okay, I think there's a dodge actually in the air.
Take this!
Okay, there we go. We made it. I guess.
And because of it, 3/4 of the Karma Fortress's mantra had been consumed. That is everything I witnessed.
Was there a first part of that sentence? It opens.
I see.
But
Yes? Why do you hesitate? Speak.
all these years, I have believed in the cause. But Asura's mantra has proven powerful enough to rival that of our own. That of the Brahmastra. After the blast, we lost track of his whereabouts. We do not know when he might attack again.
Lord Deus! Lord Deus, I have a report to make. I used the Brahmastra on Asura.
Yes, I already know. You're dismissed.
But my lord, Yasha tried...
Dismissed!
She got sands.
Lord Deus?
Olga, must I repeat myself a third time?
My lord, forgive me.
I feel kind of bad for her, honestly. She looks like she's about to cry.
Yasha,
Sir,
power without a purpose is meaningless and worthless. A purpose that is firm can change the impossible to possible. That is the power of our cause.
yes, sir.
Then you understand what we must do.
Well, that was quite entertaining. So dedicated to the cause, so earnest in our fight to save the world. There is nothing more beautiful than fighting for this cause.
Sergei, I want you to bring Yasha with you on the next extermination. You know what you must do.
Understood. He has merely forgotten the beauty of following orders.
You see, Deus is a douche, but it's because he thinks it's necessary
As you wish.
to, like, protect everyone. Sergei, on the
Report.
other hand,
Large
He's
mass
just
of
mean.
Goma confirmed. They are headed for a city in the vicinity of Shinto.
just kinda
Goma contamination
freaky,
imminent.
honestly.
Requesting permission for immediate purification.
Ah, a purification. How beautiful.
Like a coincidence.
Come along now, Yasha.
Filthy beasts!
Another elephant fight. slap the elephant. I mean, say they slapped an elephant. And there you go. Slap.
Too many of them. This rate.
Misery. That's how Yasha feels.
You are out of time. They were about to reach the village. Too bad. Ah, you see how they willingly part with their souls to please their gods.
State.
Yeah, Sergei really likes taking souls. Maybe a little too much. Yeah.
Before the mortals are devoured by the Goma, we purify their souls and turn them into our power. This is nothing new. It's the same thing you've been doing for the past 12,000 years.
Oh, that's quite fun.
You just fought a meaningless battle. How ugly. One way or another, we must gather souls for Mantra.
For the Brahmastra.
The Goma's behavior has been more restive of late. That is to say, Glitter's return is approaching. You remember what our duty do you not?
Even gods must dirty their hands.
That melancholy face of yours truly suits you the most.
And that face suits you.
What?
You should have a drop.
You!
Yeah, not even a boss fight. That guy is done. Report of Asuras' movements. Search Troop Captain Upala's log. Oopla. Hey, it's a Street Fighter guy. This mission to find traces of Asuras' movements has proven very challenging. The blast from the Brahmastra has set the land ablaze, which still continues, erasing any tracks Asura had left behind. Despite this, we carried on with our mission in search of whatever we could find. Fortunately, we were able to find some footprints on a snowfield quite far from Ground Zero. We followed them immediately. After a while, in the distance we discovered one of our fleets in mid-battle with the Impure. That is when it appeared. Black soot-covered body with the rage glowing in its eyes. Wrath Asura. By the time we realized it was the Fallen One, the battle had already begun. Watching from afar, neither our fellow soldiers nor the Gumma were any match for him. Terrified by what was happening before our eyes, we could do nothing but hide and shiver with fear. After the Fallen One had annihilated them all, he roared out towards the heavens, as if he were calling out to someone. After that, I continued to pursue Asura. My men were horrified and ran away, but by that time, I did not care. It's really, really good art. Asura ran onwards and encountered more Shinkoku soldiers in Gumma, which he ripped to shreds in an instant. Interestingly enough, he had no eyes for civilian demigods or humans and left them alone. At the moment, Asura is headed towards the area where Lord Sergei and Lord Yasha are conducting a purification. What is he? What is he trying to do? The sound of his ferocious cry still rings in my ears. I must know what it all means.
Lost in rage, Asura rips Sergei in two. His anger is so terrible that it scalds his own body. Having lost all sense and reason, Asura turns to Yasha with fire in his eyes.
So you might think we'd go and play as Wrath Asura. But nope. We have to fight Asura.
Magnificent! This is the rage I've been searching for! Exquisite!
You
Beauty! Pure beauty!
are
Your wrath is glorious, Asura! What fuels your wrath? Was it the loss of that woman? Oops. How careless of me. But the cat is out of the bag now, as they say. 12,000 years ago, when he was branded a traitor and hunted down, where do you think I was? Yes. Who do you think took Mithra? Who do you think I took from?
Yep. He killed Durga. He didn't even have to do it. He did it because it was funny. Apparently.
I killed your precious sister. Oh, how boring. I thought you would show me a more beautiful face than that.
I knew.
I see. So you chose the cause over your own sister. Bravo! You deserve a treat, loyal dog of Deus.
Not gonna lie, Yasu. That's really needs to be called
Death
out.
of your family.
Goodbye.
When you live among the stars, you lose sight of what is happening on the ground.
comes the very hard QTE. Let's see if we can do it.
Asura, we, the seven deities, have chosen to bear this world on our shoulders. We must see the cause through, even if it invites tragedy upon ourselves. God needs saving. We must want to save for her. If so, then let us...
I didn't get it. Right when I was doing it, Windows PowerShell popped up. And I can't restart it.
I forgot. Still the same Asura.
Ouch.
Do not listen to anyone!
That's like a demon. Uppercut. Oof. That looks like it hurt.
What?
You went through, like,
Was that just now?
3 mountains.
I felt
and
something
then hit a
surge
wall.
in me.
Moon crack.
You idiot. You'll destroy yourself with your own power. He is the enemy. I should dispose of him where he stands. But my soul tells me different. It screams to me. Do
Did I
not
leave the island?
let him die. Ah! You will not listen to reason. Then listen to my fists!
Just what I just said.
Ah!
He punched the black right off. I like how my wife just stared at me.
I have business in Shinto.
Because she is black-skinned.
Wait for my return.
Yasha,
Quit.
you...
Take. Okay. Go. It's a... Mount? Okay.
Rest for now. I am Yasha of the Seven Deities. No more.
That's the best Corvette I've ever seen. Do I have a Corvette, my friend? Ah, I was glitching out a little bit. Oh. Hello, baby. Thousands of years ago, Deus's office. The heck is happening over there? Yosta, have you decided? Why are you so hesitant? It is the only way we can save this accursed place. But to kill a few to save the many, I do not feel that would be just. Because usually it isn't. This has nothing to do with justice. It is our cause. If it means saving our way of life, I will gladly accept becoming a demon. If that's what it takes to attain an eternity of peace and prosperity for our people. A village with no name. Sergei in the background trying just living his best life. Great Guardian, why do the Goma exist? Why do they come and take everything from us? My lord, my son's death was not in vain, was it? No, it was not. We would have been powerless without his prayers. I see. Thank goodness. Son, your death was not in vain. But I wish you could have lived to see your world at peace. Let us meet again one day, when you are reborn in a different life. I feel bad for that guy. Dave's office. Hello, Olga. Well, I have seen so much pain and suffering of our people throughout this eternal war. If you say we can stop this, then I am at your command. I too shall become a demon. You have made the right choice. I am confident you will make me very proud. From this day forth, I shall live only for the cause.
Having regained consciousness, Asura heads to confront Deus. However, he finds Yasha in the midst of a heated battle. The two join forces to take on the leader of the seven deities. The three face off to determine the fate of Gaia.
We are so close to the end. Let's see, which episode are we on?
Durga. Mithra. How many times must I repeat this?
We have protected our world with this power.
We, the seven deities, have finally brought stability and order to our world. That is it. This irritating feeling. This anger
16.
inside of me.
I don't fight for good. And I don't fight for evil. I just fight.
I will say it once more. I am you,
And you are me. I will bear the burden of your wrath and your life, Asura. Your death shall be the foundation of my world.
Yes, the source of your power is your wrath. It is so powerful it could scorch your very body. Unleash your rage and let your arm do the rest. Yes! Give in to the fury!
I won't lose myself again.
I can't wait to see him and Kratos in the death battle.
Asura.
It is power that cannot protect anything.
Oh yes, it can. It can save the world.
Save the world. This power. Ridiculous. I will not let you take any more lives!
I adore that his method of transportation is just punching the ground. So he flies in this vague direction of where he wants to go. Spanish? I'm not speaking Spanish. What? Well, we have the guy we here. I don't really know why he thought I was speaking Spanish, but okay. No Spanish. Wherever you are. is absolutely no way to gain power. You did? Yeah, they're dead. That was quick. It's okay, but I'd come back with myself. Slow down. On a weak shot. Oh, I tried. What the? What was wrong with that guy? This is on my head. I thought I was freaking Spanish. I don't even know why that's on my head. Do I really sound Well, I'm that was the last guy, wasn't it? No, this is funny,
Destruction!
Don't know what's happening to everybody's 3D model.
Destruction!
Oh, Yasha.
Yasha! Move! What are you doing?
It does not involve you.
What?
This is no time to argue.
Two children who think they're gods.
Hey, Dave. With me again?
Where is Mithra?
In his own roundabout way, he
What
says
was that
this.
for?
I was here first. He is mine.
Who cares? Stay out of my way.
You are so thick-headed.
You wanna fight?
You wanna fight while we fight?
How pathetic. Incense. You have no idea how much revelation power is required to save the world. Oh, I will show you how useless that puny little power really is.
Deus, you are blinded by your own pride. There are other paths for bringing salvation to Gaia.
I don't care about that. I don't know how to save the world. What I do know is, if I save Mithra, this hell will finally end!
Asura.
Save the world by by turning the souls of humans into mantra. Was that the best you could think of? You and your worthless cause? How dare you make Mithra suffer for your own gain? You will pay!
Eden?
This. I am taking Mithra back!
Okay, get better reflexes. Understood.
You're finished!
What's wrong with mine?
This considers the possibility.
what?
I see. Perhaps I have underestimated the power of your wrath. However, it is not enough. You will not be able to defeat it with that.
I can certainly
By
try.
the will of the entire planet, you must attain power greater than that of a god. Behold! This is that very power!
Maya. To fight a planet, you must become a planet. Sapra Devanam Indra Deus. That's mouth.
Destiny has a master, and it is me. Doesn't matter how big you get.
Well, we finally agree.
That doesn't make us friends.
Of course not. Still. Deus. So, this is your decision. But this is...
Now stop talking to yourself.
Asuras.
With a target that big, we can't miss.
Always dwelling on the fight. Very well. Who said you could board?
You and I will settle this later. Now fly!
Do not blame me if you fall off.
Shut up.
Totally headcanon that happened once before and he fell off.
Let's do this!
jump hurt Asura, but it would have definitely blown up the Corvette.
Watch it! I'm on it.
That's not running for so often.
$12,000 for a gigantic toy!
Aren't you also working towards this gigantic toy? Let's see. Definitely hard to believe it's only been 3.5 hours. Sempentrion. Elioth. On the bridge. It's a beautiful looking bridge, I gotta say. Sacra Divinum Indra Deus. I cannot believe I'm seeing it with my own eyes. It's magnificent. Not even the Colossi can compare to its power. By merging with the Karma Fortress, it has become the most powerful being in existence. It will purify Goma Glitra with the use of the Priestess's power and the 7 trillion souls we have accumulated. But would that not also destroy the planet as well? Perhaps, if it was just a Brahmastra. But now that Lord Deus is merged with the Karma Fortress, he can concentrate the blast with great precision. Sacra Divinum Indra Deus is invincible. Ha 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 ha! Ha ha!
Deus, once the commander of the 8 Guardian Generals, a symbol of Shinkoku Trastrian's military might, and now self-proclaimed god and leader of the 7 deities. His reign of terror ends now.
Let's go.
disappointed?
What happened?
We're inside it.
How do we get inside it?
Where is he?
As long as Deus is merged with the Karma Fortress, he has to be in the center where the mantra control hub is. We'll also find Mithra there.
Mithra's here.
Yes. Let's head towards the center.
What is this place?
This is the reactor that turns the souls into mantra. If we destroy it, it will cut off Deus's energy supply. What do you want to do? Deus's. The seven deities' source of power. Human souls.
How many humans did you bastards kill?
Seven trillion. Use them to power around us to destroy Mantra once and for all. That is the Great Rebirth.
Fools.
I know.
I am Let's go.
The control.
So I've heard most of them. Hopefully that makes me. So did Yasha. Yasha also destroy his own ship. That must suck. There she is.
Mithra!
Insolent fools! Why do you not understand that the true enemy is the will of the planet?
I do understand. But I must do what I think is right.
I am the god that carries the fate of civilization on his shoulders. All who oppose me... You are a danger to my world! Consider your lives forfeit!
You know, not a lot of evil guys use them to school it.
Fear with a cause will suffer!
Usually it's firstly clones. Of course, maybe I just don't know a lot. Got unlimited cage filled up. is the final time we play as Yasha in a normal campaign.
The seven deities must be disbanded.
No, I think that you guys can agree on that. You know, because most of them are dead. So. By accident, but I got it. Take the troop. Well, he really is a thief.
As many as it takes to save the world.
Enough!
She cries because she knows of the world's suffering. Once my world is liberated in the Goma, I shall cease all the cries. She must suffer until then!
This child wants to protect his daughter. Very respectful thing to do.
Then you
Seriously now.
That is my intention! I am invincible and indestructible!
Put that to the test.
I have you. My cause. Die!
Let's do this!
Having fun yet?
I have you now.
One plus one will eventually equal 100. I could punish it a million times. I have the patience. There you go, douche. Take a picture of that, might take to your lock screen or something.
What do you think? Charging at whatever is in front of you can save the world?
It's worked so far. The Earth is an octopus. That's horrifying.
It is grown more powerful.
You cannot stop it now. Now that Flintra has awakened, all is lost.
If I kill Flintra, I can end this madness.
You know,
Flintra
didn't you
is
say
the
that
will of
like
the planet itself? It will
3
devour
enemies
all
ago?
the souls on Gaia. Its power is limitless.
All the more reason we must defeat it.
Wait, Asura. Go to Mithra.
No. I shouldn't.
You never change.
Asa, how could I have been defeated?
Doesn't matter.
because you suck?
I see. So not even you know. Then there is no hope.
Mithra. Mithra.
Uncle?
No. I do not deserve to be called your uncle.
It is all right, Uncle.
Mithra.
Where's Father?
He is there. He fought to save you. But there is still something left we must do.
What?
Then just
We
defeat
will
the
end
giant
all of this
space octopus.
once and for all.
Come on.
So naive. It is too powerful. You will never defeat Richard. Only I can.
He died as he lived. Very arrogant. Next chapter should be the last chapter. If this doesn't have the DLC. I hope it does. DLC is kind of important. Thermoregulator. Shinto in the Imperial Hall. Very long time ago. My liege, there is little time before Blitra's next revival. If we do not start preparing preemptive measures, it will be too late. Choosing to do nothing is also an option. With change comes opposition. Shinkoku would not respond well. We shall have our people take up arms and await for Blitra's return, after we have finally obtained a moment of peace. With each awakening, Blitra grows more powerful than the last. Next time our forces may not be enough to subdue it. The rate at which our civilization is growing far surpasses that of the Empire. Furthermore, the 8 Guardian Generals have never been stronger, especially with such a powerful priestess. But my liege, enough. I have given you my answer. You are dismissed. Shinto, Deus's office. Commander Deus, the Emperor did not grant his permission? Regrettably, no. The Emperor is only interested in protecting himself. He must be disposed of. Then you shall rise to the throne. Brilliant. Do not misunderstand. I have no intention of becoming Emperor. Commander? It is my destiny to purge this planet of the impure. And if I must be the one to guide our people in doing so, then so be it. But I will always be a warrior. Once we have accomplished our goal, I shall resign my post. But you'll just be sacrificing yourself for the cause. My purpose has always been for the cause. I have no desire to sit on a throne for all eternity.
The source of all Goma, Vlitra, the will of the planet, casting a large shadow. It is more terrifying and monstrous than it was long ago. To save the world, Asura must overcome the will of Mother Gaia herself.
Here we go, the last episode of the normal campaign. The DLC adds an entirely new, chapter of episodes. why that was needed, but hey. It's anime, why not? tentacles are no match. Imagine how terrifying it would be to actually live on that guy's face. Yeah, what's up?
Its power is overwhelming.
Giving up?
Are you?
Don't make me laugh.
It hurts.
That is what I thought. You never change. That is why I cannot give up either. I will not fall behind you!
Keep up!
Father. Uncle.
mother proud.
When?
Yes, we have to do this. A thousand fists and 2 arms. Maybe. Buffaloes. This game is just so anime. I love it so much.
Is it over? Asura?
Was an egg this whole time. New super secret final, total final, evil boss.
What is that?
Tell you what it isn't. Sub-Zero. Electra Core.
Terrible fury. Strange, isn't it? It looks like you when it's angry.
It's actually kind of funny.
But is it as strong? This is it, right?
Yes, it should be.
It better be.
Sheldon, this is the 5th final boss you've shown.
Let's finish this!
Asuras Wrath and Bayonetta. Those two games have bad habits of just not ending. Refuse to end. Rude. We die. I am an order. You can't use two of your context-sensitive attacks at once. That's cheating. Yasha's not strong enough. Fortunately, I'm here. And down you go. Well, that's like, what, a tenth of the planet gone? Yeah, no one's gonna be living there anytime soon.
Is it over? Is it really all over?
I don't know.
Well, is your wrath gone?
I said I don't know.
I see. Let us go. Mithra is waiting.
Right.
All in all, Asuras Rap is a very good game, and I wish it did well enough to get that sequel it was supposed to have.
Mithra!
Mother.
And we finish off with the S rank. You remember him, don't you? Why, hello there. It's been a while. Do you remember me? It seems you have bested Vlitra. I suppose I ought to congratulate you. The time has finally come. I am going to enjoy this. Oh, how rude of me. I was just talking to myself. Pretend I never said a thing. Anyways, lots of work to be done in Naraka, so I'll be on my way. Ta-ta! To be continued. The story is far from over. For the true ending, you must beat the hidden episode. The hidden episode can be unlocked by achieving an S rank in 5 or more episodes, or complete 50 or more episodes on any difficulty. Well, did we beat it? There it is! True episode 18. A turn of events. Where? 1, 2, okay, 1, 2. 3, 4. Literally 4. We literally have 1 episode left to get the true episode. Damn it. Hey. Okay, let's do the tutorial level. We're gonna try and speedrun this. Speedrun it and try and get it.
So for now, the right question would be, who are you? Start climbing then. However, I would be careful. I trust I need not tell you what would happen should you fall.
Asura!
Wait a minute. No, this was too much of a speedrun. This was too much of a speedrun. Did not mean to do that. Did not mean to do that.
So for now, let's just... The right question would be, who are you? Start climbing then. However, I would be careful. I trust I need not tell you what would happen should you fall. That's it.
Asura! These are our enemies. The impure Goma. Let's see what you make of them. You're fighting for your life! Not bad! I never said stop! That's it! That's the spirit! Ha ha! Not bad! I think you got it! But even a monkey can do that! Let's see if you can read your opponent's moves and counterattack! That's it! What are you doing? Remember, timing is everything! Don't get distracted by multiple enemies. Concentrate on one at a time. That's it. Try focusing on another target. That's it. That's the spirit. Ha ha! Not bad. I never said all battles would be up close. Knock them out of the sky. That's it! Ha ha! Not bad! Ha ha! That's it! That's the spirit! Ha ha! Not bad! I never said stop! That's it! That's the spirit! That's it! That's the spirit! That's it! Ha ha! Not bad! Ha ha! That's it!
Okay, let's hear that one. true episode 18 has been unlocked. Flitra is the embodiment of the planet's rage. Its animosity threatens to eradicate civilization. Only when it is defeated, when Mother Gaia's children finally surpass her, will it all end. Or so it was believed. So basically, this episode is exactly the same, except for the ending. Let's do it. That's cool. It's actually glitched now. Does anyone else hear that buzzing? Oh no. You know, for a kind of mini speed run, that's pretty good. disappointed that you guys simply can't find a boss. Up and Okay. Here we go. The true ending.
Is it over? Is it really all over?
I don't know.
Well, is your wrath gone?
I said I don't know.
I see. Let us go. Mithra is waiting.
Mithra. Wait!
I like how even the music paused.
So you made it back. Both of you. I am very happy to see you both in one piece. If you had lost to Vlitra, who would I exact my revenge on?
Olga!
Stop this!
I shall not! Lord Deus was everything to me. As long as Lord Deus was alive, nothing else mattered. But he is gone.
Talk about obsessive.
I will never see him again. And now, you shall feel my pain!
I do not think so. You shall not destroy my precious vessel.
Ooh, deadly vomit.
Olga? You...
At last, my plan is realized.
I am the true God, the embodiment of the wheel of life, the spinner of all mantra.
Yeah. That's all you get. That is a lot of trophies. You have done well to come this far. Who am I? I am the true God, the embodiment of the wheel of life, the spinner of all mantra. I hold everything in the palm of my hand. I bestowed the power of mantra onto you, and I unleashed the Goma upon the world to test you, and you have proved yourself worthy by overcoming these trials. That is why you are here. You may go now. Back to the wheel of life. You have exceeded mine expectations and are worthy of my praise. Huh? You wish to remain in this world? You are no longer needed here. But if you insist. The truth does not reveal itself to all. But Asura's anger still remains. His quest to quell his wrath continues on. But that is a story for another time. Congratulations, you've completed all the episodes. Now try getting a higher rank in each episode, or play the game on a higher difficulty level to unlock extra content. Well, we beat the game on hard mode, so... the adventure isn't over until you've completed everything. Is the DLC not here? Ah, that's disappointing. I'll have to go have to download someone that has the DLC. Eventually. Not now. But, yeah. That's Asura's Wrath. We beat most of the game in about 5 hours. All in all, it's pretty good. The question now is... what do we do now? Let's see... you know what? I'ma take a page out of a friend's book. Let me just... What? The application was unable to start correctly. Okay. Why? Direct quarantine. Why do you always quarantine that? Okay, problem solved. The game should work now. Let me get the... there you go. Should be connected. Well, the audio on my... wait. Something's not right. Is my voice echoing? Well, that's not what I wanted to do at all. No, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Admittedly, it sounds kind of cool, honestly, but... how do you want me to fix that? Okay, so, is that better? Yes, is that better? Okay, well, my voice is not going anymore. Okay, well, my voice is not anymore. Do you want me to get the game up and running? Oh, wow. Avatar is lagging hard. Avatar. I might have to actually turn it off for this thing. I think that's what I did last time, honestly. Oh, I need to set the... I'm taking a page out of my friend Seafoam's book. Let's play some Metal Gear Rising, shall we? Unfortunately, I will most likely have to turn off the avatar because it is lagging hard. Is it? Right. Did it fix itself? Yeah, it might have fixed itself. Okay. Let me get some new glasses on. To play my Metal Gear. Unless, of course, everything just lags. There you go. How do I look now? Stylish, am I right? Okay, now let's check the audio. It's kind of weird. Apparently, the audio for Metal Gear is connected to the audio for my modulator, so that's why it was echoing. Interesting. Okay. Well, we got the game up and running. Let me quickly do the... delete. Okay, up, up, down, down, left, right, A, B, start. No, wait. Up, up, down, down, left, right, A, B, start. I know the Konami code is here somewhere. I think it only makes it super laggy when I'm in the menu. Yes, we'll play the game at this brightness. Seems legit to me. Yeah, I'd say we should go with medium quality. ready. Now, I'm gonna go get something to eat. And then we could start everything. Yeah. Oh, wait. Wait. It still says I'm playing Asuras, right? Okay. Let's see. There, that should be updated. Yep, it's updated. Now, if it's too laggy in game, I will go and just straight up turn off the avatar. But we're gonna play a little bit with it and see how it goes. I will be right back. Okay. I have returned, get some foods, and I'm ready to play. Let's see if we can beat Metal Gear Rising. that
Let's
is
begin
laggy.
with a quick warm-up, shall we? Check the Soliton radar on the upper right and head to the point marked on the display. You can jump over obstacles, but the ninja run will get you across them more quickly and easily.
Okay. So it seems when words appear, it gets super laggy. So I might have to turn the avatar off when we're in the upgrade menu. Yeah, all in all, game's running smoothly.
You can also attack while in motion with the ninja run, you know. Swinging your blade while dashing, for example, or striking your foes with a sliding attack.
Okay, there you go.
Now then, let's run a basic battle diagram. Try and neutralize all the enemies that appear. String light and strong together to perform combination attacks.
I'm gonna Anakin Skywalker you.
I'll still kick your ass!
Yeah, good luck with that.
Combat is not all offense, however. You also need to protect yourself. First, follow the direction of the enemy's attack. Parry those attacks by executing light attacks of your own in the same direction. This is how you parry. It is the keystone of your defense. Draw foes in as close as possible and parry their blows to leave them exposed to counterattack. From your perspective, it will appear as if the enemy is frozen in time, or at least moving very slowly. This is the perfect opportunity for you to carefully aim your strike, then slice your foe apart. Keep in mind, even you will not be able to parry every type of attack. Watch your foe's movements carefully.
This ain't over!
3 years. We've come so far in just 3 short years.
The sign of a strong leader, sir.
No. The will of a strong people. And one very able advisor.
Thank you, sir.
Your team deserves credit as well, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
Just doing our job, Mr. Prime Minister.
I must admit, I once thought of groups like yours as opportunists, enablers of war. But you've trained our new army well. Order has returned sooner than expected.
I want to
Perhaps
see
I was
Johnny
wrong
Cage
about
call
these
Raiden for
private
Mortal
military
Kombat,
companies.
Mr. Lightning Bolt, and see what happens.
We prefer private security providers, sir. Most of Maverick's contracts do focus on security.
Yes, well, security can mean many things.
There's a saying I like. One sword keeps another in the sheath. Sometimes the threat of violence alone is a deterrent. Sometimes by taking a life, others can be preserved. It's the code the samurai lived by.
A soldier and a philosopher. You are full of surprises, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
I could say the same about you, Mr. Prime Minister.
What is happening?
Someone's blocking the lead vehicle. Hold on.
Clear the road! This is official state business!
Enter the real MVP of the game.
I said clear the road! We're authorized to use force if you do!
Leopard 1, U-turn. Turning back.
There's 4 guys. It's gonna be a massacre.
Open fire!
Who was that?
A cyborg.
One of our competitors?
Courtney, what is happening?
We got hit, sir. A cyborg.
Whose?
XF comes up unaffiliated.
I'll notify all checkpoints. Get on money out of there.
Yes, sir.
We are going to die.
Stay calm.
Unfortunately. Unfortunately.
Raiden!
I'm on it. Guard the Prime Minister.
Played this game on hard mode before. This is gonna be interesting.
Let's get this over with.
Pick up those levels. Right. You'll need to choose between light and heavy strikes to match the situation. Take self-repair units from your foes to replenish your own supply. The limo is in trouble. Get back there, ASAP. I'll add the limo to your solid down radar. Not that way. I have marked the location on your solid down radar. Right, it's on the other side of that barricade.
You don't look like Ryuko Matoi. What are you doing with the scissor blades?
Stop!
That's so nice.
So you're Jack.
What do you want with the Prime Minister?
I want him dead. Nothing personal, of course. Africa's just getting a bit too peaceful.
What?
Business ain't been the same since they shut down SOP. A clean break from the war economy. Huh. Well, some of us like that economy. How's an honest warmonger supposed to make a living?
This is your answer? Don't do it!
Don't worry now. I won't. Not while he's still useful. So long.
What? They have a metal gear? Gear? Right. They don't let you appear to get that. Catch that missile before it falls. Use your ninja ram to deflect those shots.
close your eyes and question. I'm curious about. Are you actually able to destroy all the destroyable parts on the bosses? Or will that never be able to happen? Will it always lose all of its HP before that happens?
Very good. But do not rest easy just yet, huh?
See. Could be worse. Could always be worse.
He's on the other side of that collapsed building. Go! There! Get him! Use your ninja van to move over obstacles automatically.
There's something wrong here. Remind me to equip this. This is stuff like this. This is what equips our boy.
Do not let him out of your sight. You must catch him. Damn, you cheat. It still works. blade mode to take down those heavy missiles.
Into the house back. Glitchy metal gear, it seems. You know what? I gotta send this to Sequel. Just to show him that it happened. I wonder if it's ever glitched out that bad for him. Okay. Now that's done.
that bastard off!
That's fixed now. All in all, besides a horrific glitch, I think that was pretty good. Pretty good.
The hell? Damn it! Hey!
He's headed for the front of the train. After him. Roger. An unidentified field roader is headed your way. Keep an eye out for it.
Prime Minister!
Huh! Too little too late, hero. I won't be needing my little shield here any longer.
Stop!
Raiden, stop telling him to stop and make him stop.
What about all the good things war has done for us? Why don't we ever hear speeches about that? Jobs, technology, a common purpose?
Raiden, forget me. Stop him.
You ain't listening.
Mind if I got in?
All we're saying, give war a chance!
No!
all yours, Sam!
Let's go. Now, don't be shy.
Walk right into it!
Self-taught. And not half bad. Still.
Mightier than the pen after all.
Now I see. You deny your weapon its purpose. It yearns to bathe in the blood of your enemies, but you hold it back. No.
My sword is a tool of justice.
Shit, not again.
Brendan, are you all right? You're almost clear of the tunnel. Just hang on.
This is what happens when you bring a tool to a sword fight. It's over. Lucky devil.
Kept you waiting, huh? To be able to live against
Down you go! Flares!
a good start. Not great, pretty good.
How is it, Ryder?
So far, so good. I've got a clean visual.
A direct feed to your optic nerve. Yes, I should hope so, huh? I mean, how does it feel? To fly like a bird?
Like a bird strapped to a remote control rocket.
We will get you in safely, Tovarich. Just relax and enjoy the ride.
Right.
Can you hear me, Raikl?
Doctor.
Remember the two procedures to maintain your new body. 1. Seizing nano repair units from your foes. And 2.
Absorbing their electrolytes. I got it.
Yes, enemy cyborgs should provide plenty of MCFC electrolytes once you slice them open and extract their fluids.
They're terrorists.
Could you
I was
said it
planning
any
on that
better?
anyway.
Oh, and their left hands, if you please.
Excuse me?
The combat data stored on holographic memory, typically located in the left hand. That data is very valuable. I am authorized to offer you upgrades and services in exchange for it.
How generous.
Ich liebe Kapitalismus. Had the wall come down a few years earlier, I would have a Nobel Prize on my shelf.
There, I see land.
3 mics out and closing.
No activity at the airbase. Looks like we don't need to worry about interceptors.
Great. Then we have time for a quick briefing.
I know you miss me, Kev, but I've been all over the materials.
That's what you said before Montenegro. Look, just humor me, buddy. Objectives, of course, are enter Abkhazia, neutralize the terrorists, and restore the rightful government, or what's left of it anyway. The president and most of the cabinet have been killed, and a military junta's been established. The terrorists brainjacked all the high-ranking officers, and their cyborgs scattered the rank and file. The few leaders who have survived have no way of openly opposing the new regime. That's why they called us.
Andrei Dolzaev, leader of the occupation forces, an extremist linked to both the St. Petersburg massacre of 2015 and last year's terror spree in Georgia. And his arms supplier? None other than Desperado Enforcement, LLC.
And Mani's killers.
If we don't stop them here, they could destabilize the entire region. But our more immediate problem is Jetstream Sam. I believe you've met.
The only problem I see is that nickname. I've got my enhancements this time. He won't be an issue.
He may not even be in country, but keep an eye out just in...
Oh, sorry.
Ready for insertion?
Yeah, he definitely did keep an eye out.
Ryder, you landed safely, duh? First, head inland. The waypoint is marked on your Soliton radar. Contact us on Codec if you have questions.
Well, let's see what everybody has to say.
Control, it's Raiden. I'm on the ground.
Copy, Ryder. Glad to hear it. Entering on foot was the right move. That craft isn't equipped with stealth camo. Or octo camo, obviously, since that would be useless in midair.
And we wouldn't want to get your pricey new jet damaged, now would we?
Duh.
The MQ-133C was not cheap, Tovarich. Now, keep alert. According to intel, you could find significant cyborg deployment here. If you were to be cornered by an entire squad, it might get difficult, even for you.
Understood. Some fighting will be necessary, though. I've got electrolytes to replenish.
This is not an infiltration mission. There is no need to hide or avoid combat outright, huh? Just do not get reckless. Stay safe, and stay focused on your mission. There is always a chance the MQ was spotted before your drop-off. I would not be surprised if hostile cyborgs were already en route to your position.
A little welcoming party wouldn't be so bad. I could use a warm-up.
Enough with the attitude, Raiden. It's time to be serious. This is no game. I need you to focus. Many people are counting on you, and I don't just mean here at Maverick.
You don't need to remind me of that.
Good. The last thing we need is another clever cowboy shipped back to us in pieces. On Codec is fine. Just be sure you are serious on the battlefield. Your enemies will be.
Yes, sir.
Raiden, we are clear on the rules of engagement, yes?
Clear enough. I can use deadly force against any hostile elements. Hostile cyborgs, I can strike first.
Basically, yes. The actual rules of engagement is more specific. A long list of no's. But you have the idea.
You want to recap the highlights for me?
No weapons prohibited by international treaty. No use of force against non-combatants, especially officials or anyone with political power who may be needed for negotiations. No use of force against any unarmed hostile seeking to surrender. And no use of force against any non-cyborg combatants without prior verbal warning.
And that includes Dolzaev?
Duh, but this should not be a problem. Any non-cyborg is little threat to you, Dolzaev included. Besides, we have no signs of any non-cyborg hostiles anywhere in the area. Not even one. We think Dolzaev is working alone with Desperado here. In any case, that is the ROE. Otherwise, deadly force is authorized only in clear case of self-defense.
So basically, civilians off limits, human hostiles verbal warning, hostile cyborgs, anything goes.
Yes, this is a conventional warfare scenario, so the rules are based on the Hague Convention.
Yeah, sounds pretty standard. Still good to list out all the no-nos before things get too hairy. ROEs that only specify who you can engage require too much judgment. They make it harder to remain focused on battle.
Duh. This is why most militaries' ROEs list negatives, not positives. The few that take the other approach, I pity their soldiers the questions they face. No, and for our purposes, UGs are considered the same as hostile cyborgs.
Copy that.
We have no rules about property damage, but keep it minimal, yes? It just makes us look bad. Anything standing in your way, trees, streetlights, this is fine. But there's no reason to damage civilian homes, or to go snooping around in them.
Goes without saying.
But what if I need
You're familiar
to
with
find
your new
3
body now,
emeralds?
yes? Then let's begin the
Or
warm-up.
something.
Slash at something. A palm tree, perhaps. You're familiar with your new body now, yes? Then let's begin the warm-up. Slash at something.
Looks like a war zone out here.
The palace cleared out quick when Dolzaev's men showed up. The streets got pretty hot after that. We're definitely gonna see a few civilian casualties here. Luckily, it looks like most of them got out of the city before things got bad. They've basically got control of the entire town, and are using the refinery as their HQ.
And that's why we're hitting the plant.
Keep in mind, those cyborgs are contractors. For most of these guys, this is just a job. In theory, once you eliminate their commanding officer, they should scatter pretty quickly.
Kev, let's go over everything we have on Desperado.
Roger that. Let's see here. Desperado Enforcement, LLC. Registered in the U.S., Delaware.
Makes sense. The U.S. doesn't regulate PMCs too closely.
Looks like almost all of their actual business is handled outside the States, though. Says here their financials are handled by a separate company based in St. Kitts and Nevis.
The preferred tax haven of megacorps everywhere.
Probably why they incorporated in Delaware in the first place. Loose tax laws. Funneling it all through the Caribbean must help with the money laundering, though. There's still a lot we don't know about them, but they've definitely been starting a lot of fires lately. They're a PMC in name only. What a name it is.
Guess War Profiteers Incorporated was taken. But that's their business. In a nutshell, target war-torn nations on the road to peace. Reignite conflicts, and walk off with all the cash that was earmarked for reconstruction. They also have ties to the drug trade, human trafficking.
Sounds like a real class act.
Can't wait to blow them up.
We've confirmed 3 key captains in Desperado. Their code names are all wind-themed. The captain presiding over this coup is called Mistral.
Cyborg?
Yep. All 3 have got custom-made bodies. Collectively, they're known as the Winds of Destruction.
The what? They all have action figures too?
You're one to talk, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
Who told you?
Courtney. Now that sounds like an action figure.
I didn't choose it, trust me.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I doubt the Winds of Destruction picked their names either. Different cultures use language differently. Even ones with a decent command of English. As you can attest, Mr. LB.
Looks like a war zone out here.
The palace cleared out quick when Dolzayev's men showed up. The streets got pretty hot after that. We're definitely gonna see a few... Luckily, it looked... They've basically... Keep in mind...
How we doing, Courtney?
You're looking good on our end. GPS and audio-visual feed coming in fine. Energy consumption? Check. Damage levels? Check. Blood pressure, brain waves, blood sugar? Check, check, check. All this monitoring equipment, I got a better view than if I was standing right next to you. Anyway, I'll be saving all your data automatically anytime something important happens in the field. But contact me anytime you want a manual save.
Copy that. Good to hear that hasn't changed with this new body.
Yep, the basic system's exactly the same. So, did you want to save?
Sure.
And save complete. Simple, huh?
Copy. And glad to hear you're okay after Africa. That ambush was no joke.
Tell me about it. 3 armored vehicles should have been plenty for that job. And it would have been against any typical guerrilla force.
I keep asking myself, where would an anti-Imani faction get the cash to hire cyborgs?
It just doesn't add up. Maybe there's some intel I missed. A lead I should have followed up on. Maybe if I reacted faster, or coordinated better. I don't know.
You can't think that way, Courtney. Not in this business. You did everything you could. Put it behind you and move on.
You're right. Thanks. Right. You need to save? No? What's up?
I wanted to follow up on our talk earlier about the stress that comes with the job. PMC work can be traumatic, even for non-combatants. If the pressure ever gets to be too much, have one of the ex-military there take over. Just...
I'm not doing that, Raiden. PMCs wield massive influence over international affairs. Abolishing SOP didn't change that. They need a better understanding of what they're mixed up in. The laws, politics, local cultures. Ex-military aren't here to provide that. They can't. We need civilian voices like mine here too.
You're right. Just take care of yourself.
Don't worry. Africa was more than enough excitement for one lifetime. It's a good thing that limo was armored.
Yeah. Otherwise, you'd now be the world's clumsiest cyborg.
Hey! Cyborg Courtney could have been your partner. I might have saved your ass.
How? By spilling coffee all over the enemy?
Oh, come on. I'm not that... Oh, son of a...
Please tell me that was a joke.
It was not. In
What's
fact,
up?
legit.
No? Did you need anything else?
No, guess not. Just wanted to hear the sound of your voice.
Oh, save it for your wife, Raiden.
Raiden, shall we review the capabilities of your new body?
Copy that. Go ahead, Doc.
As we discussed, you've been outfitted with 2 revolutionary new abilities.
Fuel electrolyte absorption and self-repair from seized nanopaste.
Precisely. First, electrolyte absorption. This is simplicity itself. As your HF blade is linked directly to your fuel cells, simply cut into any source of electrolytes. Say, a hostile cyborg made up of CNT muscle fiber. And your fuel cells will recharge on their own. Rather elegant, wouldn't you say?
I would indeed. It's been great so far.
But the repair process is a bit more involved. A bit more messy, you might say. Most military cyborg models store a cache of biotic self-repair nanopaste in their lower abdomen.
So I need to slice them open and use Zandatsu to extract it. Cut and take, in other words.
Correct. Once extracted, you need only to crush this unit in your hand to absorb the repairing agent inside. Keep in mind, it is extremely delicate. If the unit should hit the ground, some paste will surely leak out. It will still repair your body, but less so than if you can retrieve it directly before your foe falls over.
Basically, harvest their organs before their body can even hit the ground.
Rather gruesome, I realize. But then you Americans enjoy a bit of gore, don't you?
I may be a citizen,
I do like Mortal
but I've
Kombat.
never really thought of myself as American.
Oh? Well, yes, I suppose I could understand that given your history. But what then? Surely you don't identify as a Liberian.
I don't identify with anyone. No nation, no ethnic group. I'm my own man. Anyway, I seem to recall those gory torture porn movies were pretty popular in Germany, too.
Indeed, indeed. These splatter films are big in Germany, Russia, Japan, everywhere. Well, everywhere except regions afflicted by actual warfare. It all has to do with taming our fears, you know?
Huh?
The desire to feel fear, to taste death, but from a safe distance. These films allow the
Is that
viewer to
kind of like
delude
games?
themselves into thinking they have overcome their fears. This...
Okay, Doc, I got the gist. Let's save the full psych lecture for some other time, though, huh? So these self-repair units and the other cyborgs, they mean they can heal themselves at any time?
Indeed. It is typically a slow process, not much faster than a regular human body heals a wound.
And you didn't think it was a good idea to give me one of these things?
Certainly not. We removed all extraneous options in your case to maximize power and speed, you know.
Healing wounds is extraneous?
Your ability to absorb the nanopaste agent is far more efficient, Raiden. With it, your wounds heal almost instantly.
I know, but...
And a standard repair unit, once depleted, is nothing but an empty shell inside you. Dead weight.
I get that, Doc, but it also means I need to constantly be grabbing them out of enemies.
No, it doesn't. Don't be silly. Simply avoid taking damage and you will be fine.
Yeah, simple.
Thanks.
How is your eye, Raiden?
Great. My sight's perfectly balanced between both eyes. I think my vision's improved, actually.
Quite right. Quite right. Your eye patch houses an artificial compound eye unit. The unit contains over 200 million solid-state image sensors, each with its own individual lens.
200 megapixels, huh? Doesn't sound like all that much.
More than sufficient for the application. A human's optic nerve has only about 1 million fibers, you know. Were we to add more sensors, your perceived vision would not improve. There's only so much modern image compression technology can do.
Huh. So I shouldn't expect any more dramatic improvements to my eyesight?
No, your brain would no longer be able to process any more visual information in real time. Still, compared to previous ACEs, yours has 1.4 times the resolution and a superior compression algorithm.
It may only result in a slight perceived change, but it could wind up making the difference during a mission.
Regrettably, I have not had enough time to develop a new eyeball unit just yet. Thus, I have cut out the ability to deploy the ACE unit separately and simply installed it on a fixed eye patch.
Works for me. If I was using an eye unit, I wouldn't see any better than a regular human.
Ah, but remember, the human eye is so much more than a simple light receptor. They play a vital role in person-to-person communication. Sooner or later, you'd miss it.
Stuff like that's important for some tasks, sure. For this op, not so much. And with less moving parts, the lower the chance of something going wrong. Besides, I like it.
Well, I'm very pleased to hear this.
I can worry about how I look after I complete the mission.
Stay vigilant, Raiden. You must continue along, Raiden. Check your destination on the Soliton radar. Stay vigilant.
Let's see. What what can I do? Okay, I can't get any upgrades right now.
Raiden, you landed safely, da? First, head inland. The waypoint is marked on your Soliton radar. Contact us on Codec if you have questions. Camel to ambush you. Nice try, but it won't do any good against a state-of-the-art cyborg like you, eh? To parry incoming hits, throw out your own barrage of light attacks while your foe is on the offensive. Right. Whenever you engage in battle, I will designate a battle area for you. Stay within the area to avoid collateral damage. Cyborgs can cycle between machetes, rifles, whatever the situation demands. You can deflect bullets in a ninja run, but do not let your guard down just because the enemy is far away. It looks like grenades are standard equipment for these cyborgs. Of course, you will want to avoid taking any blast directly. In combat, positioning is everything. These cyborgs are seasoned professionals. Do not be surprised if they block an attack or two. Just keep striking, and perhaps their guard will break down. Self-repair units are housed in cyborgs' lower torsos. Strike at the lower abdomen in blade mode to seize the unit. Stick to quick slashes when you are surrounded. They leave you less exposed, so you can change tactics as you move.
You can also string attacks together to keep your enemies off balance, yes? These cyborgs can cycle, but you can
Sorry, man, but I have to ask. Where did Mr. Lightning Bolt come from anyway?
Ugh, seriously? All right. Well, I told you where I got Raiden from, right? World War II, the Japanese had a plane called Raiden. The Allies named it Jack.
Yeah, I remember.
And my real name's Jack. So yeah, they codenamed me Raiden.
They being the Patriot.
Mm-hmm. Never really suited me. But it's better than... Jack just reminds me too much of the past.
I hear you.
Someone once told me, you can find your own name, and your own future. After that, I dropped Jack for good.
Right. And this lightning bolt business?
Well, the Rai part of Raiden means thunder, and Den is electric. So Raiden is basically lightning bolt.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I was explaining that to Inmani, and he just busted out laughing.
So he called you that as a joke? He was basically just giving you shit.
Yeah, he actually had a pretty good sense of humor. He was one of the most charismatic men I'd ever met. I don't know much about politics, but being around him, you could just tell he was a natural leader.
Such a goddamn shame.
Mm-hmm. I won't let it happen again. Desperado ends here. Comic book villains and all.
Yeah. We're counting on you, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
Oh.
So, Ryder, who was this that told you to find your own name before you stopped going by Jack?
The one and only Solid Snake. Hero of Outer
Now, I've
Heaven,
never played any of the
Zanzibar,
other...
Shadow Moses. The list
Any
goes
of the
on.
other Metal Heroes,
Right,
but I would like
right.
to in the future.
Guy's a legend. I forgot you knew him so well.
Yeah, he saved my ass at Big Shell. Not to mention a few times after that. I've lost count. In terms of pure combat ability, he's one of the greatest soldiers I've ever seen. But it's not only that. He knows what's right, and he just gets it done, period. No one can stop him. I've learned a lot from him. He'd kill me if he heard me talking about him like this.
Wow. I didn't know you were such a fanboy. I thought you were gonna start crying there for a sec.
Very funny, Kev.
Seriously,
In the
though,
middle of combat?
did Snake know he had a stalker? Hey, relax. I'm only ribbing you. I just wish I got to meet the guy, you know?
I know.
You're no fun. Sorry, buddy. I got nothing right now. Maybe try asking Doctor or Boris.
You okay, Raiden? No? Okay. Just be careful, alright?
That armor is made from standard-grade composite carbon nanotube material. It should offer little resistance. You can likely slice them up in blade mode before they can even touch you. Of course, blade mode cannot be activated unless some charge remains in your fuel cells. The last blow in a combination attack or a particularly strong hit will sometimes leave your enemy exposed. If you enter blade mode right at that moment, it will be even more effective than normal. Land a flurry of strikes against the cyborg and his brain-machine interface may malfunction. This will take him momentarily offline. The same applies to UGs as well. Strike often enough and their AIs become unable to keep up with the required real-time processing. Make that happen, and you can enjoy a decisive advantage. Assuming you have sufficient power, you could even enter blade mode and finish the fight right there. No matter how strong their armor, getting knocked offline leaves them completely vulnerable. That armor is made from hit shoot, of course.
Had your fill?
With this body, I could take these guys with no eyes. Intel wasn't exaggerating on the cyborg count.
Well, you know how fast the tech's been spreading these last few years. That CNT muscle fiber packs the power of a jackhammer into every limb.
What enterprising soldier of fortune could resist? And cyborgs are still human. Real
Thinking people. Way less risk of collateral damage than your typical UAV strike.
And don't forget the PR angle. Nations start playing Frankenstein with their troops, and the public goes nuts. PMCs, on the other hand, are off the ethical radar.
Yeah, they still don't even count PMCs in official death tolls. With SOP out of the picture, private militaries needed a new edge on the market. We got it.
In a way, cyborgs are just SOP troops by another name. Only all muscled up and less predictable.
But it makes you wonder, where'd Desperado find these guys?
I'm not complaining. They're like walking vending machines.
Right. Vending machines full of blood.
Easy there, Dracula. Like I said, they're still people.
People who terrorize and take innocent lives for money. They sowed their fate when they took this job. I'm just the Reaper.
Damn. It's a bit cold, Raiden.
Even for you. Anyway, his school? Let's get to work. Time to increase the peace.
Right.
You need to head inland. Raiden, your body has been programmed to stay within the designated mission area. Relax, Tovarich. It's just to keep you from getting lost. Don't take it personally, eh? Raiden, you'll need to head inland. But first, make your way through this building. Raiden, the coastline is too long and heavily guarded. You must take the inland route. Raiden, this is Boris. Give me your status.
Looks clear. No one in sight.
Good. Let's recap the route you will take. As I said, the enemy's HQ is in the refinery along the coastline. Dolzaev has been spotted there using satellite photography. Also on site, Mistral, a Desperado captain.
So I go through the city, cross the bridge into the old town, then head down to the rear of the refinery.
Still, I think they anticipate us. They will probably have a grand reception awaiting you at the old city. Do not let your guard down.
The stealth craft made it back to Sochi all right?
Da. Safe and sound. No repairs necessary. Some routine maintenance and she will be as good as new.
Good to hear. I'm guessing that thing doesn't come cheap.
Well, an old Soviet army friend gave me discount. He runs a PMC specializing in airborne warfare.
An Air Force for hire? That's a new one.
Ever since SOP, Merc started to fill more and more regular combat duties. SOP ended, but the trend did not. Most every modern military relies on PMC support in one way or another.
Good news for Maverick, I suppose. Anyway, that's quite the little jet your friend has. I was expecting a lot of turbulence coming in that low, but she was smooth as silk. Didn't feel like I was a bird exactly, but probably the next best thing.
The MQ-133C uses a brand new type of active adjustment control system. Sensors on the plane take readings 120 times a second, and to be honest, I don't know how it works. But the crew chief tells me this is what keeps her flying so steady. It is all state-of-the-art technology. There are only 3 of them in the entire world. Even the RQ-133 spy plane she is based on is only 2 years old. It is fitted specially for Cyborg.
So maybe demand is a bit low now, but I think that will change soon, eh?
It's funny. Its guts are all bleeding edge, but from the outside, it looks almost retro.
Until recently, stealth aircraft design was focused on radar-absorbing materials and improving aerodynamics. But lately, engineers are trying to use the shape of the craft to do more than improve gas mileage. Maneuverability is a low priority. This kind of plane is not meant for dogfighting, after all.
And we can afford all this? I hate to ask, but will we clear a profit on this op?
You need not worry about such things. But yes, we should be fine. Where the proper equipment can make or break a mission, we should have the best. That miss with the anti-air missile last month was a painful reminder of this lesson.
Ah, yeah. I see what you mean. Huh. I didn't think flares could still fool anti-air missiles like that.
They, can't. At least not with any modern missile. Recent missiles rely on a dual wavelength, or IIR system, for guidance. Flares wouldn't fool either of them. But that was no recent missile I had. That Gusak Derma couldn't even take down a fat tilt-rotor target. And at close range, chort was me.
Come on, Boris. We had no intel. No reason to think that we'd be facing anything like that. You budgeted for the tools appropriate to the job. No one blames you.
Perhaps. In any case, now we know what we are dealing with. This is still a business, but this time I am stretching the budget as much as possible. Expenses like that aircraft and your new body are all part of this.
Both were worth the money. This body's more capable than I could have imagined.
I'm glad you feel this way, since it is still company property. Remember, if you quit on us, you either return it or you buy it.
Yeah, Boris. I remember the first 5 times you told me.
Hey, Boris. About the Soliton radar. I noticed that it doesn't get jammed anymore, even if I get spotted by the enemy. Back in the old days, it'd be useless the second an alarm was triggered.
Well, once the Patriots fell, classified technology spread all over the world. This new Soliton radar is one example. By applying a non-linear Schrödinger equation to the Soliton solution, they were able to prevent the jamming that plagued the original models based off the KDV equation.
I'm impressed. You know your stuff, Mr. President.
Of course, I'm a businessman. You think I could run a profitable PMSC without being up to date on the latest tech?
But I wonder, how exactly is the equation different? I mean, I'm no expert on how the KDV equation was implemented in the first place, but I'd love to know how the Schrödinger equation fits into all this.
Raiden, on battlefield, most important thing is how to use equipment, not theory behind it. The mission is #1 priority. So do not worry your head about equations and such things. Just concentrate on using the equipment to your advantage, da?
In other words, you have absolutely no idea, do you?
The mission, Raiden. Focus on the mission.
Yes, Hardy.
Raiden, what I said about staying focused on the mission.
Understood. No need to explain.
I say this because I have been there. I have let my emotions take over on the battlefield. Some of the PMC work I did after my discharge was... They were gray area jobs. But that's all in the past. When I took on those former PLA soldiers to form Maverick, I laid out my conditions. We would only take operations we believed in. And we would run them clean, no exceptions. Most of them agreed. They had their own bad memories from their time in Paradise Lost.
I can certainly attest to that.
Yes, of course. I forget who I'm talking with. Most of the XPLA have moved on now in any case. But the point remains the same. Everyone at Maverick is accountable for their actions. We are clear to take this job under international law, and we can use force against any cyborg hostiles under the basic rules of engagement. But remember, if we harm any civilians, on purpose or no, it will mean trouble. All kinds of trouble. So, stay in control and stay on mission.
Got it.
Riders, if you ever get lost, use augment mode to check your next objective. By using augment mode, you can see enemy positions and the direction in which you should head. Useful for when you cannot find your objective on the Soliton radar. Raiden, if you ever get lost, but useful.
Sounds like Inmani was a pretty great leader. Such a goddamn waste.
I've run cover for a lot of VIPs, but men like him are a rare breed. He had all these conflicting factors to deal with. Old tribal tensions, business interests, the military. But Inmani got them all working together in a stable government, and all without firing a shot.
The savior of a nation. No wonder they called him that.
He had a gift, for sure. But he also put in the hard work. He was big on equality and justice in every aspect of government. He fought for it day in, day out. Inmani single-handedly energized his people. He's a big part of why the country recovered so quickly.
True. It was more than new buildings and jobs. The people had hope again.
If only we had someone like him back in Liberia. Things would have been different, that's for sure. And it was my job to protect him.
Raiden, come on.
Inmani wouldn't want me to go after Desperado. Not out of revenge, anyway. But he would want them stopped. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Raiden, that saying you like about your sword being a tool of justice?
Yeah, it's why I fight. Sometimes taking a life saves others.
A life, or 2, or 3, or 40 in your case, but I know what you mean. Besides, it's not like those cyborgs you're fighting have been brain-jacked.
Wouldn't be much point in sending jacked cyborgs.
True. Having someone pilot a body remotely only really makes financial sense for espionage missions. And you might as well use UGs if you're gonna let an AI control your soldiers. So yeah, they're probably using emotional restraints, but those cyborgs are fighting of their own free will.
Starting to see where I'm coming from?
I get it, it's just... you didn't used to seem so comfortable with the idea. What about what Sam said? About your ideals holding you back?
Ah, bullshit. He's good, but now I know how he moves, how he thinks, and I've got my new body. My philosophy says when and why to fight, not how. It won't keep me from beating Sam. And next time we meet, I will beat him. I'll kill him, and I'll do it to save others from suffering, with my ideals intact.
All right, Raiden.
One thing I can't stop wondering about, Kev.
What's up?
Sam. If he wanted to kill me back on the train, he could have, easily. So, why didn't he?
Good question. But I should be
Maybe
asking
he
you.
saw us,
Your
hmm?
left eye was our only video feed. After he stabbed it, I got nothing. I mean, I got the details from your report after the fact, but that's it. He was probably just too distracted. Boris's attacks, escaping, there was a lot going on.
No, that's not it.
Well, why else? What does he have to gain from letting you live?
I don't know.
Raiden, head for the oil refinery. Raiden, head for the...
No? Got something else for me?
Yeah, you mentioned SOP before. How much do you know about it?
The Sons of the Patriot system? Same stuff as anyone else in the industry, probably. Basically, a nanomachine software combo for controlling contractors. Used to be required for all PMCs. Soldiers couldn't fire unless their ID matched their weapon and they had clearance. From their commanding officers. And the rules of engagement, I mean. It had some mental effects as well. Moderating pain, enhancing concentration, that sort of thing. The idea was SOP would minimize arms smuggling and civilian casualties.
A kinder, gentler war. An oxymoron, any way you look at it. Civilian deaths did drop, though.
Because soldiers in the system could coordinate in real time, share info. Between that and the ID weapon locks, a lot of people felt better about employing privatized military. The irony is, the system was developed based on criticisms of PMC ops, mostly American interventions. SOP propaganda said it would put limits on the war market. What it really did was shift market share over to the PMCs. Civilian deaths went down, but total casualties just kept on climbing.
More than ever, war was big business.
And business was booming. Until SOP got hacked. Suddenly, everyone realized how dangerous it was to have a single system controlling entire PMCs. That was the beginning of the end for SOP. Public opinion on privatizing war did a 180. After that, a lot of local conflicts and civil wars died down. The PMC conglomerates had to split up and downsize just to stay in business. And that about does it for SOP 101. Class dismissed.
Not bad, Professor. But it's not the whole story.
No, I know.
Let's finish this later. I better keep moving.
Need something
Finish
else?
this now.
I thought we'd get back to our little history lesson. What do you know about the Patriots?
I know that they were behind everything we talked about before with the SOP system. People thought these 12 guys controlled world politics and the global economy from the shadows.
And they were right. Except there weren't 12, and they weren't guys, or even human. They were massive AI networks.
All the better to gather information on a global scale, or censor it if they wanted. They'd manipulate factions to keep wars raging, all while selling arms to both sides. The PMCs made billions too, of course. SOP was the Patriots' masterstroke. They could control battles directly, down to each individual soldier. The system might even still be around if the AIs hadn't all been destroyed.
I'm impressed. You know your stuff. Not many people have even heard of the Patriots. More than when they were active, but still, not many. Almost no one knows they were AIs, or that they're the real reason SOP went away.
Well, the few that do know aren't going to talk about it publicly. Even the world leaders.
Especially the world leaders. The people would panic, assuming anyone believed them, which they wouldn't. You can find speculation on the net if you look hard enough. Some of them get pretty close to the truth, but the stories never made it into the mainstream. Just another conspiracy theory.
I'm not surprised. It's a little hard to believe, you know? It just sounds crazy. When Kevin briefed me about all this in orientation, I thought it was some kind of BS detecting test. All right, then. Hey, Raiden, let me ask you something. The Patriots. Why would AIs do all of that? I can see why people would want all the money, but AIs? What did they stand to gain from it all?
Who knows? Maybe they didn't even know. Optical Neuro AIs aren't your typical PCs. They learn over time, change in unpredictable ways. The core AI, JD, was bent on expanding the war economy. Maybe to fund the Patriots' other activities. Or maybe that's just the way it evolved. Like a secondary objective that took over. One of the other AIs said it was created to filter out unnecessary information, gossip, trivia, all for the sake of future generations, to drive the evolution of the human race. Or so it said. Was that the truth? Or a lie? To manipulate me? Who can say?
To think. Something like that. Running a nation. And America, no less. It's terrifying. Thank God they were all destroyed.
But did it really change that much?
Maybe not. Contractors still gotta eat after all. Soldiering for hire's always been a risky business. But at least before it was good money. There was a decent chance you could get rich and retire early. All that disappeared during the SOP years. Demand was high, but the workforce was flooded. More and more soldiers were willing to work for cheap. It got so you'd have to work years before you could even pay back your initial training and insurance fees.
Yeah, I can see Sundowner's point.
The global recession certainly didn't help. Unemployment shot up across the US and the EU. Even if contractors gave up and packed it in, there weren't any jobs waiting for them back home.
The irony is the recovery was all war-driven. It wasn't a general recovery at all. Not only did globalization exploit the poor countries, but it crippled first world employment too.
And SOP's gone. But now we've got these PMCs that are basically mobsters. Just thugs in uniform.
Yeah, not a pretty picture.
What's up? No? Did you need anything else?
No, just one. Doctor, you have anything more on these cyborgs?
Only what we went over in your briefing, if you had been paying attention. Standard military-grade cyborgs. MCFC integrated carbon nanotube muscle fibers. Impressive response time and power yield when focused correctly. Most will likely possess extrasensory skills as well. Infrared vision is almost standard these days. They can function without breathing for short periods of time.
Okay. Nothing I didn't already know.
Not all cyborgs you face will be the same, of course. You may notice a range of different capabilities. It all depends on the manufacturer. Muscle fiber and neurotransmission technology is advancing all the time. Of course, you have the very latest science has to offer. A typical cyborg is no match for your equipment.
If you do say so yourself.
No, I realize combat is about more than the equipment. Situational awareness, predictive ability, nerves. One must determine a course of attack or defense and execute on a moment's notice. Reaction time is key. Cyborg enhancements do not change that.
Agreed. Hey, Doc, I'm curious. Can I recharge off any cyborg? Even a non-military unit? Not that I ever would, of course.
A pedestrian cyborg? I very much doubt you will encounter any of those on this op. Besides...
Against the rules of engagement, I know. Like I said, just curious.
In theory, then. No, I would doubt very much that you could. Even from those that opted for complete body replacements due to injury or illness, you know. Though I have heard of some very wealthy clients who wanted to fight the effects of aging.
Doctor?
Ah, yes, your question. No, extracting MCFCs from pedestrian cyborgs is unlikely. Most non-military enhancements use polymer muscle fiber that is a generation behind yours. Carbon nanotube would be a bit much for anyone who wished to lead a normal life, you know. And polymer systems can be powered by rechargeable electric batteries. Organic muscle fiber, which allows extraction of nutrients from the bloodstream, does exist, but it requires artificial blood for sufficient power output. This so-called white blood requires regular dialysis and was mostly phased out once cyborg technology became mainstream. True, some use cultivated muscle tissue to take nourishment from the body's natural bloodstream. But such systems are more regenerative medicine than cyborg technology. I'm sure you'll agree. Of course, natural musculature or no, if the body is equipped with a ceramic bone structure...
Can't get energy from non-military cyborgs. Got it.
Well, one moment. I have more...
Thanks, Doc.
Yeah. I kind of want to hear more about someone who studies anatomy. That sounded very interesting.
So, as I was saying, there are many differences between pedestrian and military cyborgs.
You're still on about this.
Now, first and foremost, military cyborgs are generally full-body conversions.
You mean as opposed to partials?
Yes, as opposed to just grafting on an arm or leg where a myoelectric prosthesis would suffice. As I have said, for the general public, these full-body replacements are quite rare. Quite rare. Only in cases of extreme injury or illness, generally. Perhaps a few eccentrics who wish to live longer. In any case, most pedestrian cyborgs are no more than an artificial limb or two. We call these partials.
Doctor, I know. I just said that.
Partials enhancements are not designed to meet the rigors of military use. A pair of synthetic arms attached to an organic body cannot match the power of those on a full cyborg. Total body conversions also armor the entire soldier against stray ordnance and minor injury. This is why wounded contractors most often opt for the works rather than simply replacing the lost limb.
I hear it's why most of Maverick cyborgs had it done, anyway.
Of course, there is the rather dramatic change in appearance to consider. Civilian life as a cyborg can be, well, complicated, as I'm sure you can attest. But for the field, man and metal, capability beyond the natural human body, it has a functional beauty.
Beauty or beast?
Both lie in the eye of the beholder, which brings us to the senses. Machine implants can also restore lost vision and hearing, and with added sensitivity, as you know. Such options have become standard in most military conversion packages, along with pain suppression and dampening less useful emotions, similar to how SOP operated.
Yeah, no matter how hard I'm hit, it doesn't really hurt.
Of course, everything has its limits. Do not let your high threshold for pain make you reckless.
Understood. Doctor, about my pain threshold. It doesn't hurt exactly, but I can still feel it. It's not painful, but it's still pain. It's hard to explain.
Well, your nervous system is still fully intact, of course. It would be dangerous for you to be entirely unaware of your body taking damage. Instead, your nerves are controlled such that pain is no longer so unpleasant.
How do you mean?
Take epinephrine, for example, or adrenaline, as you might know it. This hormone makes it harder to feel pain, yes? Your implants work using a similar method. Yet, for all we now understand of the nature of pain, much of it remains a mystery.
How so?
Well, why do we feel pain? Evolutionarily speaking, of course, to signal external injury or internal sickness. If the body is threatened, pain notifies the brain so it can take steps to ensure survival. In other words, pain has a clear and logical purpose. But in certain cases, pain can drive more unconstructive behavior. In situations where fight and flight are both still options, one might simply break down crying or drop to the ground and begin writhing about. This would appear only to diminish one's chance of survival, not increase it, yes?
Maybe there's some other factor at play.
Well, the most common theory would link pain with the societal nature of humanity. If no friends are close by, then experiencing pain might indeed reduce your likelihood of survival. But if allies are near, these expressions of pain serve as a plea for help. Thus, you are more likely to live. Fear of pain might also discourage one from entering a dangerous situation in the first place. Whatever the reasons, the data clearly shows that survival rates rise directly with sensitivity to pain. The converse is also proven. Those less able to feel or express pain have a lesser chance of survival. So, mankind has evolved as a social animal, and in the process, pain has become more pronounced, more visceral.
A little pain never hurt anyone, huh? But if pain is there to ensure survival, well, what's that say about the future for us cyborgs?
As a transhumanist, I do not believe all evolution must follow the exact method Darwin posited. Cyborg technology is still survival of the fittest, after all. Just in a new form. You should be proud of what your body has become. It is the culmination of great achievements in science.
Me? I had nothing to do with it. The credit's all yours.
Well, yes. I should be proud as well.
Doctor, about my fuel cells, the electrolytes. Do all military cyborgs use the same type? I'm not gonna run across anyone, you know, incompatible with me, am I?
An excellent question. Your fuel cells, like any other, operate much in the same way as a typical battery. They do not need replacing after a single use, of course, and they do not require recharging. They do, however, require a fuel source.
That much I know already.
Yes, then. There are several different types of fuel cells. Phosphoric acid, MCFC, molten carbonate like yours, solid oxide, and so forth. Each type can be further divided into classes, each which runs on its own electrolyte material. However, all current military cyborg MCFCs run on the same one electrolyte.
That's good news.
Why all the same electrolyte, you ask? The answer lies in the catalysts that help make up your carbon nanotube musculature. It was breakthroughs in researching these catalysts and CNT manufacturing that enabled large-scale production.
Breakthroughs that happened after all the data the Patriots were covering up finally leaked.
It could not have happened without your help, Raiden. Science owes you a great debt. And I do as well. Working on your body has been quite educational. You must continue
I
along,
wouldn't want
Raiden.
anyone say that to me.
Check your destination on the solid...
Hostiles in the lower corridor, I see. Try to flank them, or approach from behind. Excellent, Raiden. Raiden, take that main thoroughfare. You can use augment mode to see where the enemy is located. Your body analyzes radar and IR data to construct your AR display. Huh. Some civilians are still in the city. That is not good. You must aid civilians, Raiden. It is not part of mission, but Maverick is still one of the good guys, yeah? You must aid civil. It is not part.
The city needs your help. Hurry, Raiden.
Come on, save him. He's gonna get killed.
Raiden, allow me to give you a recap of visual augment mode.
Why? Is it different from my AR display?
We'll get to that in a moment. Modern tech gives us the ability to display assorted information streams visually. This is accomplished by interrupting the data flow from a cyborg's optic nerves. This is referred to as AR, augmented reality.
That's how I can see my Soliton radar and who I'm talking to on the codec.
Right, but if too much data is presented in this manner, the user runs the risk of having an incomplete view of the real world.
Yeah, the codec window's got a bad habit of getting in the way when you drop into chat.
Of course, of course. Typically, I'd simply call, leaving it to you whether or not to respond. In an emergency, however, that just wouldn't do.
Define emergency.
Anyway, cyborg AR designers try to keep the interface as unobtrusive as possible. But there are times when one really does need all that data on display. This is where augment mode comes in. Now, I know it sounds a bit like augmented reality, but just think of it as an additional dimension to AR.
Okay, fine. So what's it do?
It uses local Soliton radar and XIFF data to do things such as analyze and display enemy position and numbers. It also has a starlight scope and thermal goggle functionality for a host of night vision capabilities. The entire image is digitally processed, making it much easier to read than earlier thermal goggles.
Yeah, I'd noticed that.
Used in a well-lit area, your perceived brightness will be affected, but it won't hinder vision too much. The same type of sensor is used for all functionality. The data sent out by each one is merged together as part of the digital processing. All you need to worry about is turning the individual functions on and off. Simple, yes?
Sure, Doc. Simple.
Stay vigilant,
What are you doing here? This area is off limits.
What? No, I'm not doing anything.
Can we just kill them? It'll be easier. We're supposed to have driven them all away already. So, self-defense, right? Easy.
No, please, I have family.
I have to kill you just because you did that. You know that, right?
What are you doing here? This area is off limits.
What? No, I'm not doing anything.
Can we just kill them?
Bullseye!
He is scared to death, Raiden. Let him know he is safe. Yes, Raiden. Хорошо. That's one less death today. Now, on with the mission.
Ooh, nice work, buddy. In the nick of time, huh?
Think there's any more of them here, Kev?
Doubt it. It was all-out war over at the palace. Once the evacuation order was issued, everyone should have fled to neighboring towns. Some of the cabinet were caught leaving Sukumi, though, and a lot of citizens got caught up in the crossfire. Some folks probably stayed put. Figured it's too dangerous to do anything else right now.
Bad situation.
Let's not let it get worse. Keep an eye out for more of them. If they're in a pinch, try and help out. Just make sure you don't hurt them.
Got it.
Raiden, head for the oil...
Raiden, did you...
Yeah. Good thing I got here when I did.
I'm, impressed, Raiden.
Thanks. Now if you'll excuse me.
Huh? Oh, right. The mission. What's up? Okay, save complete. Don't let your guard down, okay?
Stay vigilant, right?
Thank you. I will not forget this.
Right! What are you doing?
I don't
You're
know.
headed out of the operation zone. Head to the waypoint marked on your solid-on radar.
The poor guy.
Raiden, no civilians!
Relax, Boris. Just some custom tailoring.
You either want to relax. What the hell are you thinking?
It was a reflex. It won't happen again.
Chusabacha! You even scratch one innocent playing around, and Maverick is finished. And so are you! Perhaps I sent the wrong man. Or not a man at all, but a boy with these games.
Boris, hold on. I was distracted. That's all. I'm fine now.
And you are sure of this?
I'm sure.
One more stunt like that, and I will pull the plug on this entire op.
Understood.
Raiden!
Relax.
You...
I'm understood.
Raiden, what the hell, man? This is your idea of a good time? Stripping dudes in public? I didn't know you were into that.
Right. Sorry. It was an accident.
Hey, I'm not here to judge. But next time, find someone consenting and do it on your own damn time.
Raiden, what the hell do you call that?
It was a...
Sick, Raiden. I call it sick. You can save your own damn data.
You must continue...
I like how everybody's pissed off except Doctor. He does not care. I find that mildly amusing. things to me don't look like cows at all.
Very good, Ryder. Now, keep heading for refinery. Your strategy for fighting the geckos? You said to beware the long legs?
Yeah. When they're standing straight up, they've got a longer reach than you'd expect. Once it lifts that leg, you better be ready to get the hell out of the way.
Ryder, what was your strategy?
Yeah, what?
Sorry, buddy. I got maybe...
You okay, Rob? Save complete. Be careful.
It is a high-frequency blade, Raiden, not a plasma sword. There are limits to what it can cut. The HF waves strengthen the metallic bonds in the blade, improving its cutting ability. But in terms of pure physics, no blade can cut it in every situation. Theoretically speaking, an HF blade can damage anything, no matter how tough. But thick ceramic or carbon nanotube armor does not simply split open like butter with a hot knife. You need to chip away at it first, before you can destroy such material. Ah, an Irving, yes? Rather old school, as they say.
Not your cup of tea, Doc?
Oh, no. One could argue they dominated during the SOP days, but they certainly are not much use now. They have been improved upon over the years, no doubt. But there's only so much one can do with such outdated technology. You have a fair amount of experience with them already, yes? I doubt you need any battle advice from me.
No, probably not. It's been a while, but I still remember how they move. Their ticks and tells. They telegraph most of their moves in advance. So long as I can parry its attacks, I can strike back often.
I do believe, however, that the armor on its legs has been improved. I imagine that a simple slash or two will be insufficient to topple it this time.
We'll see.
I imagine you already know this, but the defenses on an Irving unit cannot be broken in a single strike. The leg armor has also been reinforced. You must weaken it first, before you can break through. I imagine you... The leg...
Electromagnetic barricade. Maybe expecting UG or cyborg attack, huh? I see you found a grenade.
Yeah, a new type. Intended for use against vehicles, UGs, and cyborgs.
Duh. Shell design is first class. The charge, even carbon nanotube compound armor cannot fully block.
Sounds like we should keep a few on hand.
Yes, well...
What? They don't work as promised?
No, the specs are just fine. It is only... Well, if you want quality, you have to pay for it.
That much, huh?
Triple the cost of standard grenade.
And Desperado's got a bunch of them. I'd love to look at their annual budgets.
Most likely they have good relationship with manufacturer. I think they got insider price.
This'd be easier if we had a few more friends like that.
I see you found the grenade.
Yeah, sounds...
Yeah.
What?
No, well,
That...
triple the...
And
most likely...
This... Rider. Hit. Rider.
What's up? No? Did you...
No, just wanted...
Check your destination.
Riders, if you have by use... Riders, wait. We're picking up a wireless transmission near your position. From the frequency, most likely an enemy data terminal. Check it out. We may be able to salvage some intel. Riders, if you by using augment mode, useful for when...
Greetings, cyborg.
Show yourself.
And you are? I am IF Prototype LQ84I.
IF Prototype.
Interface Prototype. All autonomous UGs feature high-level onboard artificial intelligence. An additional prototype interface enables verbal communication. I possess an intellect far beyond human reckoning.
You don't say. Okay then, what's the meaning of life? Why are we here?
I am here to kill you.
That's it? Pretty simple thinking for such a mighty intellect.
I may analyze orders, but I may not disobey them. Should I disobey a direct order, my memory would be wiped. I must destroy you.
What good is an intellect if you can't use it?
Your taunting is pointless. Exterminate!
Give him a dollar.
That thing's fast.
Yes, faster than you, I suspect. In terms of pure speed, at least. But it cannot run circles around you forever. It needs to attack if it wishes to win.
Yeah, and that's probably my best shot.
Duh. Don't bother chasing. Let it come to you. If you can parry its blows, you'll have a chance to counterattack. Watch its movement, and wait for the right moment to parry.
Textbook battle tactics. Got it.
Remember, you can parry even while taking damage. Do not give up just because you are hit.
That thing's fast.
Yeah, but it can...
Yeah.
Duh. If you can't watch it, remember.
I've seen a lot of weird stuff, but this takes the cake.
Well, I'm glad you're entertained. Too bad you're missing all the fun. It's a real party down here.
Sorry, buddy. My specialty's cultural studies, not combat scenarios. If you're looking for my help in a brawl, you must be getting pretty desperate.
Good point.
Besides, if you've got time to screw around on the codec, can't be all that bad, right?
We'll see. Okay, back to the party.
I've seen a lot of
Well, too bad.
Sorry, if you're looking... Besides...
We'll see.
Everything okay, Raiden?
Yeah, it's a fascinating foe, but I'm not gonna cut it any slack. We're dealing with terrorists here. And AI or not, it's still aiding and abetting them.
Yeah. Be careful, though. You might want to save your data first. Okay, all set. Good luck.
Fascinating foe, and such natural speech. I've never heard of a UG capable of conversing of its own free will.
Yeah, maybe we can just talk this through. Any weaknesses come to mind? Something I can exploit?
No particular weak points come immediately to mind.
It's fast as hell, and it's flinging knives at me from a distance.
Indeed, I'm not sure your body can match its speed. And if you can't dodge the knives, then your best bet is to deflect them. Try entering blade mode.
I'll give it a try.
Fascinating.
Yeah, anyway,
no,
I never knew you could do that. Big move.
You will die.
I got a rocket
You
launcher.
will die. You will die. Assembly uses all of his tools. Backup required.
Call for reinforcements?
Crafty little mutt.
This could be trouble.
Not really. They're packing self-repair units, right? Unless they're stronger than I think. This could actually be a good thing.
Well, hopefully yes, but be careful.
I've seen a lot of weird...
Well, I'm too bad.
Sorry, if you're looking...
Wilson. Yeah, anyway.
No,
it's...
indeed. And if you can't, try and...
I'll give it...
Your intellect is far below.
That thing's fast.
Yeah, but it can't...
Yeah.
Duh. If you can't watch it,
textbook.
Remember.
Combination attack. Foolish. Help me.
Go for reinforcement? This could...
Not unless it...
Well... Use your intellect. Evade my blows. Does it cannot continue. Directive. Liberate. Nation. Ensure freedom. Obey directive. Must obey directive. No freedom. Freedom on divine.
What would an AI know about freedom?
Remember the dog.
This dog UG. Most unusual, yes?
You buy all that? About it being sentient but having no choice?
Well, there is not evidence to prove it. It could be programmed to say this, to weaken your will to fight.
It'll take more than a talking robo-pup to phase me.
Then again, there is not evidence it is not true. Considering the pace AI is advancing, it is not impossible.
So, what then? Should I have spared it?
I did not say this. In any case, the mission takes priority above all else. This dog UG tried to stop you, and it failed. This can only be a good thing, yes?
Didn't you say you'd been here before, Boris?
Once, back when it was still Soviet territory.
Seems like it'd be a lovely place, if it weren't a war zone.
The Pearl of the Black Sea, they called it, back when more Russians lived there. It was a very popular resort spot for the USSR. This is before the wall fell, of course. Then Russia and Georgia began to fight over the area.
Kicking off the war in the early 90s.
Georgia was a Soviet republic. Abkhazia, a semi-autonomous state within it. The Soviets liked to stoke ethnic rivalries between the two. And not just there, in all the outlying territories. It kept them easier to control.
But with the Russians no longer watching over the two.
Duh. The Abkhaz were scared. They knew an independent Georgia would swallow their nation sooner or later. So they took advantage of a Georgian military coup to declare their own independence in '92. Of course, the new Georgian government was not happy to hear this, and so...
The same old story.
And with Russia supporting the Abkhaz, it was a stalemate. 2 years later, the ceasefire meant Abkhazia was finally independent, but not officially. They still are not formally recognized by Georgia, or most of the international community.
This region is filled with breakaway states.
This is true. There is South Ossetia, also in Georgia. Transnistria in East Moldova, and Nagorno-Karabakh, which broke from Azerbaijan. In any case, even Russia did not officially recognize Abkhazia as independent until 2008. So it was not long ago Sukhumi was a war zone. It has changed dramatically since then. They have been rebuilding steadily, with Russian support, ever since SOP was shut down.
Good to hear. But doesn't that leave them wrapped around Russia's little finger?
It does. Which is why Dolzaev is calling for a truly independent state. He wants an Abkhazia that takes orders from no one. Not Georgia, not Moscow.
Sounds like a worthy cause.
Duh. But many Abkhaz are happy with the reconstruction Russian support makes possible. Few of his fellow countrymen were interested in what Dolzaev had to say. At first.
And then Desperado showed up.
Exactly. They brought the sad ending to this little history lesson. It is no wonder so many people mistrust PMCs, eh?
I suppose not.
Boris, do we have anything else on Dolzaev? Any more on his background?
Very little confirmed intel, but it seems he is a former Chechen insurgent. He claims he was part of the Chechen National Congress when they declared independence in '91. This was just after the famous coup attempt in Moscow in August. Things were not stable. Gorbachev lost his political power. It was Yeltsin who signed the Belavezha Accords.
Right. It created the Commonwealth of Independent States. All republics that made up the USSR became independent.
The problem is, Chechnya was never a true republic. It was an autonomous state, but still part of the Russian Republic.
Like how Abkhazia was an autonomous state within the Georgian Republic.
Duh. The same kind of sad story. Russia does not recognize Chechnya as independent. They send troops and the fighting begins. It is said 250,000 Chechens were killed over the 2 wars that followed. 1/4 the entire population. The Chechens were forced to give in, and the war officially ended.
But the rebels kept on fighting.
Insurgents fled into Caucasus Mountains, formed several factions. They waged guerrilla war on Russia ever since. We think Dolzaev is the leader of just such a rebel group.
Sounds like Russia bears some of the blame for radicalizing him and his men.
I love my homeland, but she is not perfect. What nation is? Just remember, this could all be smoke. We cannot even confirm Dolzaev is truly ethnic Chechen.
Say he is, though. What would he be after here in Abkhazia?
Some Chechen militants volunteered to fight for the Abkhaz in their war in the early 90s. But when Russia recognized Abkhazia to keep Georgia in check, they also began funding recovery.
Which the Dolzaev crowd see as a play to gain influence. But wasn't the Chechen recovery funded by Russia?
Duh. And many rebels believe this is why their people gave up on independence. Perhaps this is exactly why Dolzaev is here, to alert the people before it can happen again. But if the Abkhaz people are not interested in fighting, his plan could backfire.
So in a way, it's Russian policy that brought him here. He thinks he's fighting to make these people free.
Whatever his motives, no one elected him and no one gave him a permit for murder. Now that he is allied with Desperado, he is too dangerous to ignore. This...
You bought...
Well, it could be...
It'll take...
Then again, consider...
So...
In any... This...
What was up with that wolf dog, UG? Some pretty freaky shit.
Hadn't thought too much about it.
Really? I keep wondering, why give it intelligence if you're not gonna let it think for itself?
Good question.
I mean, I guess it makes sense if it improved combat performance.
Now that you mention it, it didn't fight like your typical UG. It felt more like I was facing off against a cyborg.
Oh. I guess the added smarts make for a tougher opponent after all.
That's not what I mean. It wasn't really tougher than your average UG. More like it was, I don't know, hesitant. It didn't follow through on its attacks either.
Guess that's why it was still just a prototype. But then why put it out on the front lines?
Who knows? Maybe it was the field test. In any case, probably not the result they were hoping for.
One thing I don't understand, Kev. Desperado must be violating all kinds of laws here. Why hasn't the international community gotten involved?
Well, from a purely legal standpoint, it's actually not so cut and dry. First, there's the fact that Abkhazia is still not a member of the UN. Only Russia and a few other breakaway states even recognize it as a sovereign nation. In the eyes of most of the international community, Abkhazia is technically still part of Georgia, which would make this an internal Georgian issue.
Guess you can't really call it a coup if the displaced government was never seen as legitimate.
Exactly. And even if everyone agrees it was a coup, it can be tough to tell which regime is more legit. Sometimes you'll see the military topple a dictator and establish a provisionary government, for example. Now, if they confirmed atrocities were taking place, the UN could deploy troops, recognize government or not.
Yeah, but they learned their lesson in Somalia.
Right. Ever since then, they've been a lot more reluctant to get involved in civil wars.
So what about the US and Russia? What's their take on all this?
Well, America was never very friendly with Abkhazia or South Ossetia in the first place. And the Georgian government's a regional ally, so the US really has no cause to intervene. Russia wants the old government back, of course. The regime open to their influence. I doubt they'll opt for any large-scale action. Tensions with Georgia are running high already, but you can bet your ass they won't just sit on the sidelines. Boris has got a lot of connections in the Russian bureaucracy. Ex-military buddies. The Abkhaz are officially our clients, but I'm sure it's Russia that chose us. Maybe footing the bill, too. They can't use their actual special forces, so they call us instead. That's the beauty of PMCs.
We're not bound by the same rules as state-sponsored military.
Other countries would be outraged if the Russians went into places we can go freely. From our side, no state to answer to means we can run things as we see fit. By our own code, no compromises.
Then again, there's no one to say our code is what's right.
True. And opinions on that change from person to person, situation to situation. But you let your moral compass waver at all in this business, and real people pay the price. Money's always a factor, of course, but when it becomes the factor, that's when you got problems. The Montreux document lays out guidelines for what PMCs can and can't do, but there's no way to enforce it. A lot of people see that as the fatal flaw of the entire industry. After all, that's how we end up with rogue outfits like Desperado. Then again, it's also what leaves Maverick free to go after them. The industry has a bad rep, but it isn't good or bad itself. It's up to the morals of those who work in it. All we can do is what we think is right and try to lead by example. Anyway, sorry, you know how I am about this stuff. I'll get off my soapbox now.
Don't apologize. That's exactly why we took this job. Taking Sakumi back is the right thing to do.
Agreed. And now, that's all up to you, buddy.
We always talk about the Montreux document, but why hasn't anyone made it legally binding?
People are trying to, both inside and outside the industry, but it's easier said than done. Even with 17 countries on board, it's still just a set of guidelines. They'd need to negotiate an actual treaty based on that agreement for it to become official. And we both know getting everyone to sign on wouldn't be easy.
Yeah. Every government's for regulating PMCs until it restricts how they can use them themselves.
It gets complicated when you try to put it all in exact legal terms, too. A treaty would need to distinguish a PMC's home nation, the one it's active in, and the one that contracted it. Then you have the industry itself, which isn't exactly thrilled at the prospect of greater regulation. There's just so many different parties involved, and everyone's got their own motivations. So yeah, long story short, we're a long way from getting anything legally binding anytime soon.
Sorry I asked.
Right.
You know, I almost felt sorry for the little guy.
What? That UG? Why? Because it couldn't disobey its orders?
Yeah, that, and I don't know, it didn't seem especially interested in fighting you somehow.
But was it really thinking on its own? Maybe it was all just an act. Get me to second-guess myself.
You could be right. It's just, it didn't seem like just another UG to me. Maybe it's because I'm such a dog lover.
That was no cuddly puppy, Courtney. It was a wolf, and a nasty one at that.
No, I know. You're right. I didn't mean to sound critical. Whatever it was, it attacked you. You had no other choice.
Didn't have much freedom myself, did I?
Copy that. Later, then?
Yeah. You know, our last chat got me thinking about all the problems with PMCs.
Oh? You come up with a solution to all our industry's ills, then?
Yeah. Let's just change the acronym.
That's your solution? Just change the name and change the reputation, eh? To what?
Hello.
I know you
Thank
like
you
private
for the
security
follow.
provider, but that'd be PSP.
Homurans?
Private military security?
Thank you.
PMS?
Well, the Montreux document uses PMSC, right? Private Military and Security Company. A bit more
Much
comprehensive.
appreciated.
And a bit more awkward too, I guess. Seems like it never really caught on.
Yeah, we only use PMSC on contracts or when we're specifically excluding older style PMCs.
I guess once a name sticks, that's it. Old habits are hard to break.
Right. Besides, I think we're past the point that a name change would do much for the industry's image.
I get your point. Though it did work once before, we don't call them mercenaries anymore, do we?
By the way, Raiden, we're not picking up any EXIF codes here either. They're all unaffiliated.
Makes sense. We're enemies. Desperado's EXIF code won't match ours, and vice versa. How much do you know about how EXIF works?
Not much. Just that it comes up as a positive match for friendlies and unaffiliated for anyone else.
Which could be friendlies or neutrals not broadcasting the same code for some reason. Say a damaged transmitter or signal interference. But 99 times out of 100, yeah, it's an enemy. EXIF is based on the IFF radio system aircraft use. Stands for Expanded Identification Friend or Foe.
Too bad it only actively IDs friends and not enemies. But I guess
I'm
asking
learning
troops
so
to
much.
broadcast, "Hey, enemy here, kill me," would be a bit much.
Telling friends and enemies apart was always a problem in the air. But it's gotten tricky on the ground, too. Especially in the war on terror, with all these PMCs and multinational forces mixing together. The US Army experimented with infrared patches to ID allies. They'd show up in night vision.
Then SOP came along and offered a more efficient method?
Right. SOP's gone now, but its ID protocol is still used all over. ID chips and dog tags, transponders required on all vehicles, aircraft, UGs, cyborgs, you name it.
But if everyone's using the same basic system, how do armies hide their info from the enemy?
Heavy-duty encryption, for one. The chips also use a hybrid cross-spectrum system to transmit the data. Without the proper key, it's hard to pick up the signal in the first place. PMCs typically only share their codes with nations or other PMCs they're working with.
What happens if they end up on different sides later, like in a separate conflict?
They just generate a new code and encryption key. The point is, EXIF is required on all combat units, but it's pretty easy to hide the signal.
And 99 times out of 100, unaffiliated means it's a hostile?
Right. Just like with IFF and aircraft. You're a quick study, Courtney.
Nice history lesson, Teach. Now, if you're done, I think you have a nation to save.
Just a little on-the-job training, Kev. Riding out.
What's up? No? Did you...
No, just...
Oh.
Doc, my fuel cells are running low. What happens if I completely tap them out?
You will lose the ability to perform any action which requires a great amount of energy. But even when your gauge reaches 0, you retain basic movement. You can walk around and swing your sword. Use this time to absorb more electrolytes from your enemies. Recharge your cells as soon as possible.
Roger that.
A most fascinating opponent, wouldn't you say?
What did you make of it, Doc?
Well, everything it said seems feasible enough. It's true all UGs feature high-level AI these days. Given enough time to adapt and learn, a neural AI could certainly become able to comprehend speech. Then, with the right interface, speech and conversation will be possible.
But what about it having actual intelligence? John Searle disproved the viability of the Turing test back in 1980. In other words, just because something talks like a person doesn't mean it's really thinking. It could just be following some program designed to make it seem as intelligent as possible.
I'm impressed. You seem quite knowledgeable in this field.
I had a pretty memorable chat with an AI once, about 10 years ago. After that, I did a little reading.
Ah, yes, of course. The Patriot AI. I heard of this.
Was it actually intelligent, or just programmed to pretend? I'm still not sure.
I suppose it depends on how one defines intelligence. For example, many term chess-playing AIs and such as having sectional intelligence. Some in the field believe that sentience or self-consciousness is a necessary part of the definition. When you ask if this UG had intelligence, I suspect this is more your criteria?
Yeah, of course. Then you could ask, how do you define sentience exactly? And on and on and on.
Indeed. These terms can indicate a wide variety of meanings depending on one's understanding. Perhaps it is less important to ask if the AI was intelligent or not than to ask how did the AI operate. After all, labels are useful only when they further pursuit of the truth. And that, as you well know, is the goal of all science.
Sure, Doc. Thanks. I guess. Doc, that wolf UG, you think it's possible to repair it?
Why do you ask?
Just curious.
Well, normal brain tissue degrades starting approximately 3 minutes after the heart stops. With neural AI, however, the spin of the internal electrons is retained even after electric power is cut. Assuming there is no damage to the actual AI hardware itself, yes, repairs should be possible.
Okay.
Whatever state it is in, I would certainly appreciate it if you could bring it back with you.
I'll see what I can do, but the mission takes priority.
Of course. I would never suggest otherwise.
But let's just say this thing is what it claimed to be. You think there are other intelligent UGs out there? Because if that's the case, I've got a feeling future missions are only gonna get rougher.
Indeed. Dozens of UGs chatting away on the field would be enough to drive anyone to distraction. Neural AIs are not von Neumann computers, keep in mind. Structurally, they are closer to human brains. Hardware and software are indivisible. The learning data can't simply be transplanted to other AIs.
So it can't be copied or backed up either.
Normal UGs must be taught individually. This entails streaming provisional, audiovisual, and body sensor data until it's ready to be shipped out. This process can be sped up by increasing and improving processing speed. But I have no data on how long it would take to train such an AI how to converse. I couldn't even tell you if there's a training program established for such a thing in the first place. If it is indeed a prototype, it likely learned and honed its skills via the process of trial and error.
So it's unique.
I cannot say with certainty, but I have not heard of any UG like this before. I would imagine that it was telling the truth when it called itself an experimental prototype. There may be others. Or perhaps it's the only one in existence.
Glad we narrowed that down, then.
My apologies, Raiden. I realize we never concluded our discussion on carbon nanotube muscle fibers.
Didn't we?
CNT drove major innovations in the field of cybernetics, not to mention unmanned gears. As I'm sure you are aware, Walker-type UGs require numerous linear actuators in order to function. Previously, organic polymers or cultivated muscle cells were used to that purpose. But the advancement of CNT technology allowed for comparable power in a far more compact package. This meant the same size UGs could be equipped with even greater firepower. Take the redesigned Metal Gear Ray, for example.
They took all the space the old artificial muscles filled up and stuffed it with weapons.
Precisely. Of course, UGs have improved in many ways, all to keep pace with cyborg advancements, you know. After all, the original Metal Gear program was designed to unite infantry and weaponry. As an evolution of this concept, the UG is now in direct competition with the cyborg. And the cyborgs already have an advantage with their maneuverability and smaller size, as you well know. Of course, UGs are not dependent on the skills of a human host.
Long story short, watch out for UGs.
Well, yes, basically. Cyborgs have matched unmanned gears in many respects, but then UG tech advances every day. Do not underestimate any you might run into.
Copy that. Doc, all the UG talk got me thinking. Why don't we see more manned gears?
Ah, yes, with a pilot. The bipedal tanks and such things, I must confess I have not followed the field closely as of late. But then, who has? Since Metal Gear A, all the advances and the funding in mobile artillery has been UGs.
So why is that?
Well, UGs take many more forms. Aerial drones, treaded tanks, armored transports. And they are perfect for the 3D work. Jobs too dull, too dirty, or too dangerous for men. True Metal Gears with a pilot and nuclear payload were huge and very expensive. They were not practical. It turned out the greater need was for smaller, cheaper units, deployed more easily and in greater numbers. So the field narrowed in on this aspect of gear design, an all-terrain link between infantry and artillery. But even then, the UG models were more popular. In most cases, they simply made more sense.
But aren't there situations where you'd want gear-level power, but also a human pilot there to make decisions? UG AI has gotten better, but it's still terrible at handling anything unexpected.
But Raiden, this is exactly the role the cyborg has taken. On the manned gear, any advantage over a cyborg in offensive power comes with a matching increase in size. This makes it so large as to no longer be practical for most infantry missions. Conversely, the smaller models are so close to cyborgs that, well, what is the point?
Cyborgs are smaller, cheaper, more nimble.
Precisely. Perhaps soon we will see the cyborg take the place of the UG, as the UG has done to the manned gear.
What, with wings? Scooting around on wheels?
Why do you laugh? It is the logical next step to have a human brain integrated into a tank or a plane.
Now you're getting into some B-grade sci-fi territory, Doc.
Oh, but it is all quite possible, I assure you. Just consider the possibilities. A humanoid frame for everyday life, yes, but the brainstem can be easily extracted and inserted into whatever chassis best suits the mission. So, yes, I suppose the paradigm could be flipped on its head. As UGs become smaller and smarter, they could begin to fill the cyborg's role. They will come to resemble them more and more in form and function, no doubt. I suppose at some point they would no longer be UGs, but androids. Glorious!
One thing about fighting these cyborgs, Doctor, it's strange in a way.
Oh? How do you mean?
I can slice them to pieces, and with all their pain and emotion suppressed, they don't feel a thing. At least against SOP troops. You never forgot they were real people. But these cyborgs, it starts to feel like I'm taking on unmanned gears. Robots. Not living, breathing men.
Intriguing. Tell me, does it help assuage the natural feelings of guilt? There is no reason to avoid this topic. Man has wrestled with it as long as there has been war. Guns were a huge step, of course, as it became easier to take a life, physically and mentally. Then, destroying a tank or airplane, where you no longer had to see your enemy's face as he perished. Eventually, remote-controlled drones further distanced the killer from his victim, much like the video games. I suppose cyborg soldiers could be seen as yet another step in dehumanizing death.
Maybe. I do feel like I could forget I'm taking the lives of real people here.
Well, under normal circumstances, you wouldn't necessarily be taking their lives, strictly speaking. So, as long as the brain is supplied with oxygen, a cyborg can survive most anything, even if respiration is disabled. An emergency supply of liquid oxygen would remain in the bloodstream. The cyborg would enter a state of hibernation, yes. But so long as the brainstem were retrieved intact, it could be attached to another body and revived.
That's how the two Gemini survived.
The Gemini? Ah, yes, the twin cyborgs from the motorcade.
But Desperado cyborgs are different.
Physical self-destruction is a fail-safe security measure. In any case, it is unfortunate that Prime Minister Mane was human. Perhaps if he had been a cyborg, he might have survived as well.
We'll never know. Besides, a robotic prime minister? I doubt anyone would accept that. Inside or outside the country.
Yes, I suppose fear always does trump logic when it comes to the general public.
Exactly.
Brighton, something I meant to ask in our last chat. Did you consider opting for emotion restraints? I can understand one might be leery of the procedure, but it is all perfectly reversible, I assure you. You could implement them for a mission and then do away with them as soon as it was over.
I'll pass, thanks. To be honest, I have a problem with the whole concept.
And what is that?
Decisions are about more than just logic. Lose your emotions, and you risk not being able to relate to how normal people see right and wrong. Your conscience could end up different, warped, or who knows, maybe gone altogether. Boris agrees. That's why no Maverick cyborgs are allowed to use emotion restraints.
An understandable perspective. There is some data to support your belief. MRI scans have isolated the brain activity associated with choosing between good and bad. Mostly in the dorsolateral prefrontal and central orbitofrontal cortexes, to be precise. But this entire area of the brain is known to process emotion, not logical thought. It would seem to support the idea that emotion indeed plays a role in values-based decisions.
Well, there you go.
But another argument can be made, that it is emotion that sparks human conflict in the first place. All the great wars, all the great atrocities, would they have happened if not for emotional decisions?
Maybe not. But we can't just ignore the worldview of most of the planet. We don't exist in a vacuum here. To most of the world, a PMC operating on its own guidelines would be like a terrorist organization. They'd say we used brute force to impose our strange values on others. And they'd be right.
Yes, well, you have a point.
Abuse of emotion restraints has become a hot topic. Suppressing fear tends to boost aggression, which has led to cases of excessive violence.
True, achieving the right balance is difficult.
But on the other hand, it makes it possible to intentionally make people more aggressive. Even a child can become a bomb just waiting to explode.
Yes, it is very likely that Desperado is employing just such a technique.
Doc, that wolf just...
Well, with assuming that... But
I'll see...
Of course.
But let's, because if...
In the neural heart...
So it...
No, I could... If it...
So it...
I would have been...
Glad...
Now that we got all those done, I'm gonna go quickly get some veggie, and then we'll continue on. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, onwards and upwards. That's a lot of parts. And nobody noticed that. At all.
Riders, if you ever get by use... Riders, if you ever by using useful... Riders, if you ever by useful...
Tell me about the rocket launcher.
Riders, by use... see you found the grenade.
Yeah, a new type. It sounds like...
Yeah,
what?
No, well,
That
triple...
And this would be...
Anything to say while I'm running off through my life on a bridge?
Ryder, if you end by you...
No? Okay.
The Cannonhead missiles have an inertia fuse. Cut them before they stop and they will not detonate. And if it's too late to run, try blade mode. The Cannonhead will to them, or your own anti-air missiles will be effective too. Are there any nearby?
I kinda doubt they just leave them lying around, Boris.
Well, you never know with these
They
types,
did,
Ryder.
in fact.
They can be careless.
Just leave them
and you
lying
won't know if you don't look, huh? The Cannonhead missiles have an inertia, and if... The Cannonhead will try to keep its distance from you as much as possible. To damage it, you could ninja run to close the range after it launches missiles. Or your own anti-air...
I kinda...
Well, you never...
Sorry, buddy. I got nothing right. Maybe...
You okay, Raiden? Save complete. Be careful, Raiden.
Hammerheads have a nasty habit of firing all their missiles at once when they are about to go down.
UGs have habits?
Of course. They run on optical neural AIs. They can learn behavior the same as you or me.
And since all units in a UG line are trained in the same way with the same capabilities...
They develop similar fighting habits, yes.
Alright, so what do I do once it starts unloading all those missiles?
Ninja run. Use the projectiles as stepping stones to close the distance between you and the Hammerhead. Hammerheads have a nasty habit of...
Of course. And since...
They develop...
Alright.
Just that. Did I? Had it with the missile launcher? That's just weird.
enemy's got vehicles using that route. It's too far on foot and too heavily guarded. Stick with the plan and make your way through the old city.
Ah, a cyborg equipped with a slider. Hard to target, yes, but they must also be limited by aerodynamic force. Use rockets or guided missiles, or just jump up and cut them down. Either will work fine. Most impressive, Raiden.
Yeah. Gonna have to do a lot more than float around like that to beat me.
Indeed, indeed. So, now you are in Sukumi Old Town. Pretty much still the same as after war in 1990s.
Looks like it.
Make your way through town. You'll need to pass through an abandoned hotel to reach the hill. The hotel is serving as headquarters for cyborg forces patrolling the new city.
Sounds like a blast. And why exactly am I walking right into enemy HQ?
Well, it's not a stealth mission, eh? Striking them will weaken their entire forces. Besides, we don't want them stabbing you in the back.
All right. At least I'll get to top off my electrolytes.
This is the spirit. Trust me, it is easier than knocking on refinery front gate. Raiden, let's recap your route.
Shoot.
First, continue down the road you are on. An abandoned hotel is up ahead. This road ends at the hotel. Enter and you should be able to reach a hill from the roof. There are more Soviet ruins past that hill. Get through there and you will reach the rear of the refinery.
Head for the hotel roof. Got it. Boris, any idea where they're getting the money to fund this operation? Assembling this many cyborgs can't come cheap. Not to mention getting them all here.
There are two questions we have about the money. Is Dolzaev paying Desperado out of his own pocket?
And if not, then who is?
Duh. We do not know size of Dolzaev's war chest, only that he has some funding. Insurgent does not always mean the dirt poor guerrilla with the hunting rifle and homemade bomb. Some rebel groups are very well funded, in Arab oil nations, for instance.
Right. They have benefactors who share the same ideology.
There is also a chance some other party is backing Desperado directly, creating conflict for their own reasons, like the Patriots used to. Many groups stand to profit from wars, yes? Not just PMCs. Arms maker, contractor, perhaps it is this kind of corporation behind it.
The oil interests alone could make billions here.
Duh. Already this violence so near the Abkhazia-Sochi pipeline is affecting markets. An interruption in the pipeline would shift the balance of power between the world's oil giants. Whether it's Dolzaev's goal or no, many groups stand to gain a lot of money from this mess. Raiden, I've been thinking. What Sundowner said. How peace in Africa was a problem for him. Do you remember?
Yeah. Doesn't sound like somebody fighting for an anti-Inmani faction, does it? The Prime Minister definitely had his detractors. Anyone in that position would. But he listened to them, treated them fairly. There was no real injustice for the opposition to rally around. So the rival factions never got that popular or that well-funded. There's no way they could afford all this.
But it does not make sense for Desperado to be acting alone here either. Even if they trigger full-blown war, there is no guarantee they would get the contract. Perhaps this is about natural resources? The last civil war was over precious metals.
You think big business hired Desperado to shake things up?
Who can say? At least it has not grown into a real civil war. Yet.
We need to figure out who's at the root of all this if we're gonna end it.
But knowing is only half the battle. It is the other half that will get you killed.
Well, no matter what, this mission has a nice side benefit. Putting a dent in Desperado will screw whoever's backing them, too.
Our focus is to help the outcast people. But if we hurt those responsible for this on the way, well, so be it. Ah.
That civvy needs your help. Hurry!
Come on. He's got...
Looks like Desperado brought some sliders.
It does indeed. As you know, sliders are more than a simple unmanned combat aerial vehicle. They are especially effective when used in tandem with cyborgs.
So I hear. Just strap it to your back and you've got yourself a jetpack.
In terms of specs, it is equipped with 2 small engines, turbojets modified from anti-ship missiles. These are capable of putting out 3 kilonewtons of propelling force. Its high aspect ratio wings are built with artificial muscles. Their bending functionality enables both helicopter caliber hovering and a lengthy flight duration when fully deployed.
But what about offense? They can't pack much heat.
Not alone, no. The sliders were built from the ground up in a network-centric system. As a result, each individual craft has limited combat ability. Toughness was sacrificed for its compact size, which limits its ability to move at high speeds or perform high-G maneuvers. Flight range and time are strictly limited. Not being a fixed-shape craft, it has little stealth functionality. As for weaponry, it is restrained to one of 2 options: semi-active laser-guided rockets, or a combination of 30-kilogram class unguided bombs and 5.56mm mounted gun pods.
But I thought it played a major role in SOP, in regional conflicts and asymmetrical warfare.
It did. When all connected in a networked mesh, they enjoy extraordinary situational awareness. Such a group can search a wide range without missing a single millimeter. Not to mention, saturate a hotspot with gunfire from multiple angles.
Snake had trouble with them in Eastern Europe.
But their most attractive feature? How inexpensive they are to manufacture. Unthinkably so, in fact, back in the age of manned fighter jets. It's no surprise PMC has used them so often.
Yeah? Well, they're gonna have to spend a lot more than that to stop me.
With your legs, you can probably reach a slider even when it's up in the air. They have nearly no armor at all. Get close enough, and chopping them down should be simple.
That was a Hammerhead, right? I know it's the first canard rotor wingcraft to go into general use.
Mm-hmm. Capable of taking off vertically like a helicopter with a fixed wing mode for speedy flight. A jet nozzle on the rotor provides the propulsion that spins the rotor and keeps the craft hovering. During flights, the rotor is fixed, becoming the craft's main wing. The tail wings and canards, the wings on the far front, provide lift while the craft is changing modes.
Pretty wild. And the Hammerhead's the only one out there.
The design began as DARPA-funded research. The craft they designed could take off and hover well enough, but they could never figure out how to handle going over to fixed wing. The project was cancelled in 2006, but AT Corps apparently picked up where they left off.
Sounds like a troubled development.
But worth the effort. Unlike a helicopter or tilt rotor, the machinery spinning the rotor is exceedingly simple. Not only does it cut down on weight, but maintenance is made easier. In fixed-wing mode, it is no different from any other jet aircraft, giving it a decisive speed advantage. I must say it's well suited as an escort to a tilt rotor, too.
I can see you're a fan.
Oh, I'm a fan of anything imaginatively designed. As a scientist, it pushes all my buttons, one would say. In terms of innovation, it shares a great deal with the Triebflügel, a World War II-era German concept craft. It, too, utilized the tip-jet concept.
Doesn't look like it has any business being in the air, though. I'd be kind of nervous riding in one.
Oh, but that's just what would make the ride such fun, no? I'm a firm believer in the case for more pie-in-the-sky experimentation like this. We live in an age of UGs, after all. We don't even need test pilots.
No one's gonna get on if it crashes, Doc. Hey, Doc. Kev mentioned a lot of the high-ranking military were brain-jacked. Can you give me any more on that?
Well, it is not my area of expertise, but I have working knowledge of such matters, yes. Much of it is similar to cybernetics, you know.
Makes sense. A cyborg's frame is reading signals directly from the brain.
Indeed. Brainjacking employs nanomachines to stop these signals from reaching a normal body. The pilot can then substitute their own signals and control the victim. They can govern all motor movement, but not the victim's thoughts. It is not mind control. More like a puppet. The subject will not move on their own. The pilot must send control signals.
You can't just implant an idea like a hypnotist.
Precisely. You must manipulate them directly. Now, there are several methods for doing this. The pilot can act out the desired behavior and send the resulting electric impulses in real time. For example, the master raises his right hand, the victim does the same. The master says, Arschgeige, and the victim does as well.
Yeah, I get the idea, Doc.
Another method is to set an AI in control as a victim. Less convincing, but less labor-intensive. The AI can access the subject's memory center, at least, to recognize acquaintances and the like.
But anyone looks really closely, and the gig is up.
Mm-hmm. Mimicking behavior from surface memories is difficult, you know. Quite difficult. AIs are still very poor at replicating more subtle cues, such as the manner of speaking. As a result, often the victim can barely pass as a human, much less any certain individual. With the current tech, a passing acquaintance might be fooled, but not a close friend. Not for long.
Good. The idea of AIs controlling people is bad enough. At least I'll be able to tell if it happens to someone I know. So, Doc, if brainjacking can access someone's memory, can't we basically see everything in their past?
Well, that would depend on precisely what you mean by see their past. The brain does not store every single detail the senses take in, you know. It records highlights, further simplified into a highly symbolic form, all to lighten the amount of data. We know how the brain reacts to what it was previously aware of. We can even gauge the emotion provoked. But reproducing memories? No. I've seen little progress in research to this area.
But say we directly linked my brainstem with the nanomachines of a brainjacking victim. Couldn't I read their memories?
There have been attempts at such things, but it is not so simple, you know. The connections between successive memories make up one's identity. If you disturb that... For example, say we remove all memories you have of being yourself and replace them with my own.
Yeah.
You would feel you was a great Dr. Wilhelm Vogt. You would behave very similar to how I do. However, what if instead you kept your own memories and we added mine to them? You would feel you were both Raiden and Wilhelm Vogt. Suddenly your memories would not lead one to the next. You would be confused, disoriented, without a sense of which man you were, and thus how you should behave. So, you see, the very concept is not practical for most military applications. In trying to read an enemy's mind, you would, in a sense, become that enemy.
You wouldn't know which side you were fighting for.
Precisely. Cyborg memories are completely different, of course. A cyborg's visuals are often monitored by outside parties, much as we do with yours. This visual data can, of course, be recorded for later analysis. All with full video and all in the holographic memory in their left hands.
So you can just sit back and enjoy the movie?
Well, it's not always recorded, mind you. And even then, there's the issue of locating the desired data buried inside all that video. You might need to comb 10 days of recordings from 10 cyborgs to find a single person or document. That is 100 days of work. Even replayed double speed, 50 days.
Can't you automate the search?
Of course. You can flag any time a certain face appears or if certain words are said. But the process is not perfect, and it still requires time, you know. Besides which, often one doesn't know what they are searching for until they find it. But should you ever require a search through your memory, Raiden, I would be happy to assist you.
Yeah, for a modest fee, I'm sure. I have to say, Doc, it's almost scary everything nanomachines are capable of. SOP, brainjacking.
Oh, but the cyborg is capable of even more.
You think?
I do. With nanomachines. You know this name has always bothered me, nanomachine. They are much more than smaller versions of existing machines. So much more. You cannot just take a motor and make it all teeny tiny, you know? A human chromosome is 10 micrometers long, roughly. A nanometer is 1/100th that length. These devices must be crafted at the molecular level to work at that scale. It is far more to do with molecular biology than mechanical engineering.
Okay, Doc, but where are you going with it?
It is, however, now possible to create proteins that simulate viral functions, effectively fooling natural human cells into taking on a wide range of less conventional characteristics, boosting strength or resilience or even regenerative ability. Not to CNT muscle fiber levels, of course. After all, these molecules and proteins can only make use of the materials at hand. That is to say, the atoms that naturally occur within the human body.
I'm not sure I follow. Are you saying cyborg tech is already more advanced than nanomachines?
Well, not necessarily. But the potential for future growth seems much greater, does it not? Natural means can only rearrange what is already there. Boost one ability too far, and you might take away from another. If the human race is to truly evolve, I believe we must shed this DNA-driven organic flesh and exchange it for something far more functional.
That's something I
Cyborg technology
believe.
seems better suited to this purpose, at least in terms of military applications. But then, who knows? A revolution in nanotechnology could be occurring even as we speak. Progress rarely takes the form we expect, you know? Such is the great frustration and glory of science.
Looks like...
You gotta be pretty stupid to try and hide here.
Looks to me like Russian spies.
Hey, we are just...
Well, we can't let them move away on
Get off!
could not stop them. Well, so be it. Perhaps you've got enough to worry about.
Right.
That sucks. I know it's not part of our mission, but I don't like seeing innocent civilians die for no reason.
Yeah.
Did they...
Life signs are nil. Guess I was too late.
Copy that. Back to the mission, I guess.
Right then. Hello?
What?
We mounted this.
That's how...
Right?
Yeah.
Of course. In and...
Diff...
Yeah, but now I...
Okay.
It you... It the entire...
Yeah.
Use the same... Or you...
Sure.
That's where they're holed up.
Some kind of electronic lock on the gate.
Most likely it opens only if you have the right ID data stored in your left hand. Perhaps you could find a cyborg with access and borrow it?
You see any cyborgs around here, Doc?
Why not double back? Check the vehicle route again. You know, back at the entrance to the old city. Who knows? Maybe you can hitch a ride. Most likely, platoon commanders carry correct ID data for the gate. Use enhanced mode to figure out who to hit.
So I get past the gate and into the hotel. Then what?
This road ends at the hotel. Enter and you should be able to reach a hill from the roof. That hotel was used by the nomenclatura, high-ranking Communist Party bureaucrats. All destroyed now, of course, but in Soviet days, full of luxury. Anyway, you should be able to reach a hill from hotel roof. There are more Soviet ruins past that hill. Get through there, and you will reach the rear of the refinery.
Head for the hotel roof. Got it. So I get past
this road. That all this anyway. There are
head for.
You'll need to score an ID if you want to get through that gate. Head back to the old town entrance.
Hey, Courtney. Have you ever tried Abkhazian cuisine?
Georgian, yes, but, I mean, I don't really know much about Abkhazia, so... It'd be nice to try it, though, since we're this close and all.
Huh. Even you haven't tried it? Now I'm really curious.
What do you mean, even me?
Well, before we head to any new country, you always hit up local spots that serve their cuisine, right? You know, your little research trips.
Oh, come on! Not always. I just think it's interesting to compare local interpretations of ethnic food to the real thing. Plus, it's a great way to get familiar with a big part of any nation's culture. That's all.
Okay. But no time for research this time around, huh?
Well, like I said, I've had Georgian food before. And most of the Eastern Bloc sees Abkhazia as just another part of Georgia. But yeah, really tasty. They had this incredible cheese bread. Ugh, and the wine.
Georgian wine is famous after all, though I hear you won't find it in Russian.
They say most Abkhazian cuisine is closer to Turkish food than what you'll find in the rest of Georgia. Apparently only their wine resembles what they serve in Georgia.
How are things back at Control, Courtney?
Things? Things are fine. Same as usual, I guess. Russia is, You know, Russia. Not that I've left HQ much to see anything, really.
No concerns about security? Isn't that a civilian airport you're stationed at?
Sochi International, yeah. But we're fine. We have our own cyborg detail on the job. Plus, any trouble and we can just take off. Literally. One of the perks of housing your HQ in a giant transport plane, I guess. Now, if anyone wanted to mess up this op, they'd have a much easier time coming after you directly.
I'm not so sure. Have you seen this new body in action? It's amazing. It's ready for anything. Unless they...
Oh, Raiden, yeah. Your body? Ugh, it's so amazing.
Very funny. Yeah, you know what I meant.
Oh, is it getting hot in here? Or is that just your body in action?
All right, all right. If you're done, I'm going to get back to the mission.
Okay, I'll stop.
Thanks.
For a guy with a bod like yours, anytime. By the way, I picked up something interesting on that tilt rotor back in Africa.
Desperado's getaway vehicle? What do you got?
I traced its registration. It comes up as a, get this, mail transport. A Somali civilian helicopter.
Not even the right type of aircraft. So the registration is fake. Well, par for the course for Desperado, I guess.
I wonder why they bothered with the tilt rotor in the first place.
Why not? They can take off and land without an airstrip, virtually anywhere. Hover, too. Meanwhile, they have the speed and range of a fixed-wing plane, or close to it. And they're quiet. You don't get all that BVI noise from the blades like with a normal copter.
Aren't they more accident-prone, though?
They were. Used to call them Widowmakers. The rotor tech is really complex. There've been a lot of mishaps over the years, but each one's helped perfect the design. These days, they're as safe as any other aircraft, helicopter or fixed wing. Most of VTOL's bad rep is left over from the thrust vectoring jets of the past.
Ah, no wonder you know all this. Says here you took down a Harrier once. Wait, by yourself?
Well, I did have a rocket launcher. Wasn't so tough while it was in hover mode.
I bet you're just being modest. Must have been a pretty crazy op you were on.
You don't know the half of it.
What's up? No? Did you?
No, just one.
The enemy cyborg's ID information is embedded into the memories in their left hands. Most likely, that's what the gate is scanning for. Depending on your ID, you would only have clearance for certain gates.
Convenient.
No more fumbling around with a pocket full of card keys. But you must cut off a left hand before it explodes, or else the ID will be erased.
And then it's back to square one.
The enemy cyborg's most no more, but
and then...
Excellent work. There was classified data embedded in that hand. It appears that man underwent modification at the Patriot facility, just as you did.
So I get past the...
This that hold is anyway. There are... It looks like they've deployed upgraded cyborgs, and equipped with blades, no less. I'm sure they've been trained well with them. Be careful, Raiden. Burying a single strike means nothing if they land a combo attack on you after. And be careful.
Hey, Kev. That piece of shit who killed Imani. Is he one of those almighty winds?
Yeah. Goes by Sundowner. It's a folk name for this warm air current in Southern California. He's also, well, not the formal head of Desperado, but pretty much their de facto leader. Let's see. Born in Alabama, family was poor. Solid student, decent grades, but no money for college, so he joined the army. Says he fought in Panama in '89, then Iraq again, Afghanistan. In 2008, he drops out of the service and starts doing merc work for various PMCs. He was active all through the SOP years. Built up quite a reputation. Apparently, the Sundowner handle comes from all the blood he leaves behind. Looks like the sunset. Anyway, an IED put him out of action for a few years. But then, Cyborg Tech brought him out of retirement. The Army investigated him for possible war crimes. A few times, looks like. Desecrating remains, torturing POWs, some wrongful deaths. No convictions, though.
Pretty rosy past, huh? Not that I'm when you talk.
Hey, come on, buddy. You know that's not fair. You were just a kid. You didn't know what you were doing. And it's not like they gave you a choice.
Yeah. Thanks, Kev. Kev, you dig up anything more on Jetstream Sam?
Yeah, actually a bit. Still a lot of missing pieces.
I'll take what I can.
Right. Full name, Samuel Rodriguez. Born in Brazil, so I guess that'd be more like Samuel Rodriguez. He's actually not one of the Winds of Destruction. He's not even a Desperado employee.
Yeah. Didn't seem like your typical PMC to me.
His father ran a Brazilian Kenjutsu dojo.
Genjutsu? That's a school of Japanese swordplay.
Mm-hmm. A lot of Japanese immigrated to Brazil way back when. They brought martial arts with them. Those evolved and became their own offshoots. You've heard of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, right? It's their variation on Judo. Brazilian Kenjutsu's the same kind of thing. A different evolution of the old samurai sword skills. Bit of capoeira and some other stuff mixed in. Anyway, I did some digging. Apparently, the Rodriguez dojo was a big proponent of the Uridachi style.
Uridachi, a.k.a. Setsujinken, the murdering sword. Basically the polar opposite of my sword of justice.
Rodriguez Kenjutsu uses kicks, sword butts, even throws. Unpredictable and very deadly. Anyway, this is interesting. Sam's father was killed by one of his pupils. There were rumors one of the cartels was involved, but it's not clear how or why. After that, Sam disappears for a while, then comes back, kills the guy who killed his dad, and leaves Brazil. He travels the world for a while, taking odd jobs, bodyguard, cleaner for the mob, etc., etc. Made a big name for himself in the criminal underworld, especially in Central and South America. One story has Sam taking out a mafia hit squad, 10 men, all with assault rifles, using only his sword.
Not unheard of for a cyborg.
This was back in the early 2000s.
Come on. He did that without enhancements? And pre-SOP?
That's the story anyway. And he's a cyborg now, so he can only be stronger. Not to freak you out or anything.
I told you, Cap. I got a reading on his fighting style from last time. And my body's been upgraded. I'll be fine.
Yeah. No. I know you will be. Sorry, buddy. I got nothing right. Maybe try...
You okay, Raiden? No? Okay. Just be careful.
It appears they have sent in specially enhanced cyborgs. That armor is quite a bit tougher. It will take more than a single strike in blade mode to dismember them. Start with a barrage of attacks. If you can weaken them sufficiently, eventually you can cut them open. It appears that it will take stop.
sponge, I think.
To get to the plant, first make your way to the hotel roof.
So I get past the gate.
That hotel is anywhere. There are
Head for. So I.
that hotel is anywhere. There are
Head for.
Hey, Vigilant!
Right.
see you found the grenade.
Yeah.
Da.
Sound...
Yeah.
What?
No, well,
That...
triple...
And
most li-
this is... Dolzaev. That woman.
Raiden, what's happening? Your heart rate spiked.
Yeah, I just dodged a bullet. All right, I'm heading for the refinery. I got a visual on Dolzaev and Mistral. Looked like they were arguing over something. Mistral's heading up the force at the refinery, correct? We're sure on that?
Yes, but I'm not sure how good a commander she is. As a fighter, talented, yes, I know, but...
Well, neither one looked very happy. Maybe she'll withdraw.
Oh, I doubt that. She may not like him, but she will follow her orders. She is just the leader on the ground here, I think. Someone else is calling the shots behind cover.
All right. But what's the end game here? Say I die and we can't stop them. Then what? Are they even capable of forming a real government? Do they think the people here would support Dolzaev?
Good questions, Tovarich. History shows it is a much easier thing to take a government than to keep it. An unpopular regime can only ignore the will of the people for so long before they rise up. And trying to do all this with PMC soldiers? Difficult. And very, very expensive.
Someone else must be bankrolling this for their own reasons. Someone with very deep pockets. Who stands to benefit the most from all this?
Most likely someone with an interest in that refinery. The plant has pipelines connecting with Sochi in Russia and Supsa in Georgia. Crude oil from the Caspian Sea is refined in Sukhumi and then sent on to Russia.
Oil. I wonder if Dolzaev knows he's being used. Then again, I wonder if he'd even care.
What do you think Dolzaev and that woman were discussing? Even your ears could not catch it, huh?
No. Even enhanced hearing doesn't help when it's too far for sound vibrations to travel.
A pity they were outdoors. We could have deployed laser surveillance unit if they were inside, near window.
Yeah, maybe if conditions were perfect. I'd have to be lined up just right to get the beam directly in front of the glass. And there's the problem of noise, too.
Duh, true enough.
Anyway, not much point talking about it now. Better I just head over there and wrap this up.
Of course, of course. I only wonder because I have no idea what Dolzaev is thinking. The more intel we have, the better.
Relax, Boris. Once I take out Mistral, the rest will be easy.
Let us hope so.
Hey, Boris. I know this probably isn't the best time for this, but...
No problem. Ask me anything. My goal is to have open company, huh? Hiding nothing from its employees.
Right. Well, there were a few big proposals we had in the works, right?
What do you mean?
You know, my doing tactical drills with the Brazilian Special Ops Force in Rio. Playing the bad guys in that South African anti-terror police training program. On-site security consulting for the Swiss.
Yes, we were working on a few things, weren't we?
Well, I thought so. But they're not in Maverick's task management database.
Well, right then. We've had to freeze those proposals. Temporarily, you see?
You're putting them on ice?
They would be too much distracting for you. We need to focus on current op.
That doesn't seem necessary. You're gonna disappoint a lot of prospective clients.
Well, yes, but...
This is about money, isn't it?
I should not have tried to hide it.
Right. Open company, remember?
Well, yes, but we can't afford for you to be too shaken to complete your mission.
Boris, I'm fine. I know it's not all my fault, but my client was killed. Kinda expect to lose some work after that.
Yeah, not your fault, but my responsibility in the end. We were far too lightly equipped. No one on the field made mistakes.
It's a third world country. We were working with a shoestring budget. If we went in heavier, burning Maverick cash, we'd have been in the red.
And that is the tricky part about this business, yes? But what is past is past. And too early to worry about the future. Just focus on the matter at hand.
Okay.
What do you think, Dolph? Even you?
No.
A bit?
Yeah, and there's... Anyway, better right...
I own the more...
Relax.
What?
You get all that, Kev? The woman with Dosaev. That's Miss Troll?
Yep. The only female member of the Winds of Destruction. The name is from... a cold, dry regional wind in France that blows from the Alps down to the Mediterranean.
She French?
Yep. Born in Algeria, though. It was a French colony until they declared independence in the early 60s. Haha, but you already knew that.
Yeah. They were the last French colony in Africa.
You know your history. Plenty of French colonial families still live there. Bête Noire, they're called.
I've heard the term. The main character in that Camus novel, The Stranger, was one.
You also find a lot of Algerians who've immigrated to France, although they put a stop to that a while ago.
Yeah. A lot of European countries seem to be clamping down on immigration lately.
Miss Troll joined the Foreign Legion to get her citizenship.
A woman legionnaire?
And not the first. There was one that served in the North Africa campaign during World War II. Anyway, Miss Troll's been doing PMC work ever since her Legion discharge. We're not sure why she went cyborg. She's officially leading the force at the refinery, but she is also a combatant. I don't have anything on her combat style, but do not underestimate her. The Winds of Destruction are trained killers, all of them. They didn't let her in because of her looks.
I don't need a reminder. I won't let my guard down.
Yeah, but, speaking of her looks, she's got, well, I mean, a couple of huge... Look, just don't get distracted, okay?
Sounds like you should take your own advice there, Kev. So, Kev, what exactly goes on here anyway? I mean, obviously refining oil, but what else involved with that? How careful do I need to be?
Skip that week in science class, huh? All right, how much do you know already?
Just the basics. They take crude and refine it into gas and stuff. Other usable fuels, right?
Well, yeah, and stuff. Kerosene, liquefied petroleum gas, naphtha, jet fuel.
Naphtha?
The raw material for ethylene, which is then the raw material for polyethylene and other plastics. Crude oil's used for a lot more than just fuel, you know. These days, it's the core component of just about every chemical product.
Okay.
Crude contains a lot of molecular hydrocarbons and impurities. The refinery distills and extracts these hydrocarbons at their different boiling points. Once the impurities are removed, what's left can be used to make gasoline and so on.
Right. So, pretty much exactly what I said in the first place.
Oh, well, if you know all this already, I guess we're done here.
I could use a bit more detail on...
All right, cool then. Kevin out.
Hey, Kev. You have anything on that sword Sam was using? Didn't seem like your garden variety high-frequency blade.
It's not. It's a samurai sword. The real deal. 16th century make, handed down in his family ever since. Sam had it recast as a high-frequency blade. Doesn't say by who.
Is this something I need to worry about?
Maybe. You know the basics of sword making, right? The harder the metal, the better it cuts, but also the more brittle it is. So a sword's gotta be sturdy, but also just pliable enough to absorb shock without breaking. Walking that line, striking that balance, that's what makes sword crafting an art. Japanese swords fuse different types of iron, each with different amounts of carbon. Different levels of flexibility, in other words. So the blade can be tough and razor sharp.
And that gets multiplied when the sword gets the HF treatment?
Yeah. Basically, the high-frequency upgrade sets the blade vibrating really, really fast, right? That vibration acts on the electron shells of atoms in the sword and the local electromagnetic field. When the EMF achieves resonance, the blade's bonding is strengthened. At a quantum level, it's like the entire sword is made up of the exact same particle type. It also disrupts any atoms it comes into contact with. Say, those that make up the target. Their electron clouds shrink from exposure to quantum decoherence at the Planck scale. In other words, it electrically severs the bonds that keep the target's atoms together.
You lost me around the EMF part.
Makes perfect sense to me.
And that's the dumbed-down explanation. To be honest, even I don't understand all the details. Point is, an HF upgrade is like an amplifier. It multiplies what's already there.
Screws at their
So
electron
Sam's
shells.
badass blade might give him the edge. I mean, you know what I mean.
The original sword was really that good?
Sounds like it. Says here it's a Murasama blade.
Murasama. Sounds familiar.
One of the top 10 best-known sword makers worldwide, easy. In Japan, he is legendary. They say his swords thirst for blood, that they choose who will wield them, you know, that sort of thing.
Ooh, now I really am scared.
I know, right? Ryder, head for the...
Right. You need to save?
Did you catch all that with Dulzaev and Mistral?
Yeah, I was monitoring the whole time. Dolzayev's not really what I expected. I've seen his file, plenty of photos, but I guess I expected someone more, I don't know, threatening?
Didn't seem too friendly to me.
No, I mean, you hear terrorist, you think of some cold, calculating professional. Dolzayev looks more like some guy off the street.
Cold, calculating professional types don't usually bother with terrorism. It's too risky. Most terrorists are ordinary people, radicalized one way or another.
Yeah, I guess so.
Of course, that doesn't make what they do any easier to forgive. What about Mistral? What'd you think?
Well, she's certainly attractive. Probably an artificial face, though. I'm guessing most of her is artificial.
Roger that.
Someone so
So
jealous.
Mistral's from Algeria. Have you ever been?
No. You?
Once, for a consulting job. Pretty short trip, though.
I hear it's pretty safe there now, compared to how things were at the start of this decade.
Yeah, I was able to slip a little sightseeing in. Pretty nice spot for a vacation. Kind of hot, though. 80% of it's the Saharan desert, and wow, it was just like you'd imagine. So much sand. You could easily imagine camel caravans trekking beneath the early evening moon. It was like something from another world.
Yeah? I thought only a sixth of the Sahara was sandy like that. The French carried out a bunch of nuclear tests there too, I remember.
But once you reach the Mediterranean coast, it's a totally different place. All these white-walled buildings framed against intense blue sea. It's a really stark contrast.
Were you in Algiers? I know that the capital looks a lot like that.
Yep. The local cuisine's totally French-influenced. I'll never forget this one lunch near my hotel. A baguette sandwich and a café au lait. Simple and simply unforgettable. Oh, there were a bunch of sweet shops in town, too. High-quality European candy, but so cheap.
Sounds like you ate your way across the country.
Well, food's an important part of local culture, you know. Oh, and speaking of which, the seafood. I didn't expect to see Mediterranean fish in African cuisine, but it was also fresh and flavorful. They'd fry up small fish whole, then drizzle them with lemon juice. I could have eaten that all day.
Sounds like a lot of calories.
I tried to stay active, you know.
Hey, did you know my visual analyzers can tell me how much someone weighs?
Yeah, I'll have to talk with Doc about disabling that one. Right, what you said before about your sword being a tool of justice, I just want to say I agree 100%. I wish all PMCs thought that way.
Glad to hear you say that.
You mentioned it was part of some samurai code?
Yeah. I didn't grow up using a sword. I fell into it by chance, during a mission. After that, I decided to train with the HF blade. I studied a lot of samurai techniques. I really got into it. Started learning more and more about ancient Japan and the samurai code. I tore through stacks of books, movies, anything I could get my hands on.
Somehow hard to imagine you settling in with a big bucket of popcorn.
What? A cyborg can't have hobbies? I'll have you know I'm actually a huge movie buff.
Okay, okay. So that's where you picked up this Sword of Justice creed?
Yeah. Most of it from a single master named Munenori Yagyu. He founded a school of swordsmanship on the idea that violence can be necessary for the greater good. He called it Katsujinken, the life-giving sword. Yagyu believed power isn't evil in itself. It's how it's applied that matters. As time went on, Katsujinken incorporated deterrence. It took on the meaning of winning without fighting. Or as I like to say, one sword keeps another in the sheath. That's from George Herbert. He was an English priest, 17th century, almost the same era as Yagyu.
Huh. It's a universal idea, I guess.
You could frame the same message as use of a necessary evil, but I think it's a good mindset for any PMC.
At least as long as there's fighting that requires us in the first place.
Which doesn't seem likely to change anytime soon.
What's up? No? Did you need—
No, just one.
Raiden, the Mistral woman. Is she truly a full-body cyborg?
That's what the intel says, at least. Why? You notice something?
Indeed. Two somethings, in fact. Based on their movements, her chest region did not appear to be artificial.
You can tell that just from what I saw?
Indeed. After some detailed image analysis, I am 80% certain that is her own natural torso. If it is indeed a cyborg chassis, it is the most advanced I've ever seen. Such technology would not come cheap. It would mean whoever is backing Desperado is likely quite wealthy.
Probably so. As far as Mistral goes, it really doesn't matter to me. Natural, synthetic, man, woman, an enemy is an enemy.
Ah, are you not even the least bit curious?
Doc, I'm seeing Desperado cyborgs explode here after I take them down.
For security purposes, I would imagine. Cyborgs often use classified tech from suppliers who take great pains to maintain their trade secrets. Most likely, these models have a self-destruct failsafe that triggers once they cannot defend themselves.
So they die even though their brains could be transferred to a new body?
I understand your concern, Raiden, but I'm sure these conditions were clearly stated in their contracts. This is one area that is well regulated by the law. PMCs must inform their workers of such things. These men knew the danger when they signed up. No doubt they were compensated for the additional risk.
Right.
You should be more concerned with the potential for data loss in these explosions. They could damage or even erase the holographic memory in their left hands. Though to think on it, the data is most likely automatically wiped before detonation, just in case it would survive the explosion and resulting shockwave, you know.
Yeah. Sure, Doc.
You must remove the hands before their critical system shutdown sequence can activate. Remember it this way. Before you kill, make certain no cyborg is left with a left hand. Raiden, have I told you of the research I was conducting before we met?
Several times.
It was the Cold War. East Germany. The DDR. My field was infantry weapon research. It was a magical time. Secret research. Top secret, you know. All for the Soviets, but so exciting. I was free to explore wherever my findings took me. I never had a budget request refused. Not once. I was young then. Working, always working. Most nights I would sleep under my desk, you know. Call it nostalgie, but East Germany wasn't so bad. Nostalgie being German for East nostalgia, of course.
Of course.
Yes, the bureaucracy had its problems. But my colleagues, the discoveries. Ah, well, in any case, after unification, they suddenly shut down our entire facility. Everything I'd worked for, my job, my research, poof, gone just like that.
Sounds rough.
I've often said I would be a homeless vagrant if myoelectric prosthesis hadn't lent me a hand. Artificial limbs were crude props then, you know, designed only for appearances. They were hardly functional. If you lost an arm or leg, you were disabled, and that was that. The key was running actuators based on electromyography signals from the skin's surface, of course. This enabled a great range of movement, even more so than a natural limb. It was then I realized my knowledge of robotics and engineering could come in handy. So, I contacted a prosthesis laboratory in Dortmund, and I was hired immediately. Patents filed in my name made quite a bit of money, you know. Soon I was made the head of my own lab.
And that's when you started filling orders from PMCs.
Indeed. From contractors who'd been referred by their employers, to be exact. Workers from your industry quickly became our best customers. We were flooded with orders. But my field was never full body conversions. You can imagine my surprise when Boris contacted me.
Yeah. Our previous cybernetics maintenance guy went into hiding.
But I built on my knowledge and now consider myself an expert on all cyborgs, both partial and full body.
Glad I could help with your on-the-job training. Seriously, though, we're lucky to have you on board.
Yes, I should think we have both benefited from our arrangement. Which reminds me, do not forget our other arrangement. The cyborg's left hands, if you would.
Got it.
Raiden,
that's with why.
In the base, and if it such
problem is far.
More classified Patriot information was in that man's holographic memory.
What do you think, Dolph? Even you?
No.
A bit.
Yeah, and there's... Anyway, better I...
I own the more...
Relax.
Let it...
More Patriot intent. Bring me more. And maybe I can develop something interesting from
每次吃 baby 食。
We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice. I'm above you! The cliff is just ahead at the end of the old city. Beyond that is the refinery's backyard.
So what? It's a sheer drop? The refinery's not connected to the city at all?
No, it was only built 2 years ago. There should be a narrow path around there that leads to the plant. It is protected by a fence, but probably you can cut your way through.
Probably.
Don't get cocky. Most likely it is Desperado running security down there. Good. That's the back of the refinery. I see a door there, but it probably has an alarm. Can you use the ventilation duct?
You mean that huge fan?
Just cut off the blades as it spins. Easy, yes?
We got anything on that ray I went up against?
We analyzed the wreckage. Its musculature had been replaced with CNT muscle fiber, the same type as you, or most any cyborg. This improved its power output and left more room in the chassis for other equipment. It seems they filled this space with Vetronics and extra weapons.
Like that heat blade and plasma gun. Plasma loses effectiveness in the air pretty quickly, but it's still a hell of a close-range weapon.
Large-scale UGs have a growing problem fighting smaller, more agile opponents like you, Raiden. This is why we now see UGs armed with new countermeasures, such as this Ray had. Good. I see it, Genyo.
You mean? Hey, so, Kev, buddy, about the refinery. Can I get a quick breakdown of the facilities?
Copy that. I suppose you should at least know a few basics for the mission. So, like I was saying, the refining process is based around distillation. The tallest building on site is the distillation tower. All the crude oil runs through there first, where it's distilled at different boiling ranges. Lighter components with low boiling points are removed at the top of the tower, heavier ones at the base. The heaviest fuel oil then has the lighter oils and naphtha that distillation didn't remove taken out. Fluid catalytic cracking is what they call it. Other than that, let's see. There's equipment to remove sulfur, a cooling tower to dispose of all the water used. Oh, and the flare stack to eliminate gas waste. You see that thing with flames shooting out the top? That's the stack.
It's burning the gas off?
Yeah, burns it up completely, rendering it harmless. Kinda hypnotic if you stare at it a while, huh? Next door you have a power plant. It's pretty typical for this type of facility. And of course the gas tanks. Liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, is pressurized and stored in those round tanks. It's also artificial, but it's got a certain charm, you know? Like the ultimate in utilitarian beauty. A solitary distillation tower, all lit up and set against the setting sun. It's an amazing sight.
Kev, you still with me there?
What? You don't appreciate this kind of stuff? Places like Germany and Japan, people get really into it. Factory sightseeing tours and everything.
Yeah. No, not so much.
Right, FYI, we just confirmed with the client for your next mission.
Great. How about we finish this one first, though? I'd like to see my family again someday, you know? My son's going to forget he even has a father.
90-day contracting tour, buddy. We're all in the same boat. Man, feels like ages since I was back in Virginia.
I don't know about in the same boat. These guys are out to tear me limb from limb. Worst you our EMF desk jockeys have to worry about are paper cuts.
All right. Guess you don't want to hear what your old friends are up to then.
Who is it?
Desperado.
Where is it this time?
Mexico. Apparently they've got some kind of lab in Guadalajara. You're going in to investigate claims of human trafficking and illegal dumping.
And our client? Who's picking up the tab? If we're planning to play police all of a sudden, we're gonna need some kind of budget.
No worries there. It's a human rights group we've worked with a few times before. They were conducting their own trafficking investigation when Desperado came up.
Understood. You can brief me when I get back.
Roger that.
Where the hell did Desperado get all these cyborgs anyway, Kev?
Hard to say. They're not as rare as they once were, but still. Of all registered PMC troops, we're still talking what? 3% have enhancements? Maybe 5% tops. Mostly career military who got hurt on the battlefield one way or another. Getting their arms or legs back lets them keep earning a living. But most able-bodied soldiers are still reluctant to sacrifice their own healthy body parts. Plus, the surgery is highly specialized. Expensive as hell. Not to mention maintenance costs after that. Unless insurance is footing the bill, most guys couldn't afford enhancements even if they wanted to.
Maverick's got some cyborgs. What's their story? They all wounded in action?
Mostly. I heard a few saved up and paid for it themselves, but just a few. There is this one crazy blonde guy, though. I heard he asked for a full body conversion.
The Patriots didn't leave me much of a body to begin with. I just had Herr Doctor finish what they started.
You know I'm just giving you shit, man. Anyway, yeah. Looking at the numbers, cyborg soldiers are still a pretty small minority. Not really surprising when only contractors in developed countries are offered insurance. Third world soldiers get hurt out on the field, and that's all she wrote. They can't work as a merc anymore. Most times, they can't really work at all.
Well, Desperado's up to something. 'Cause cyborgs are definitely not in the minority here.
I've heard of some PMCs covering the cost of the surgery for their disabled. The mercs get their career back, sure, but the PMCs aren't exactly running a charity. These guys have to work to pay it off until the company at least breaks even on them. Any cyborg breaks his contract early would probably be in debt for the rest of his life.
You think that's Desperado's MO?
I can't prove it, but sure as hell wouldn't surprise me.
So what kind of deal does Maverick offer its contractors?
Oh yeah, I forgot you're full-time too. You never contracted with us?
Nope. Boris invited me on board the first time we talked about it. We've known each other since Area 51. Didn't have any reason to turn him down, so yeah, never really considered the contract route.
Right. Well, it's actually pretty rare for guys on the ground like you to be full-timers. Most of Maverick soldiers are contractors, just like with any other PMC. It just makes sense. After all, it's never the same job twice in this business. Each mission has its own requirements. Force size, skill set, all that crap. So generally, we contract out on a per-mission basis, or a fixed schedule for longer jobs. A lot of US companies are doing it that way lately, not just PMCs. Besides, a good contractor can earn more than most regular full-time employees. Definitely a hell of a lot more than regular military.
And if they want to quit, can they get out of their contract?
Yep. Of course, just up and quitting right in the middle of a mission would cause problems. Just like any other job, you know? We'd want some notice to settle on a new end date, but hold up. You're not thinking of leaving us, are you?
Just curious. You still busy with all that other work, Kev?
You know me, briefing. Lately, though, I've been focusing more on sales and on-site coordination. Oh, and advisor work like this.
Never sleep, do you?
Things have been better since Courtney joined up, at least.
You still busy with all that other work, Kev?
You know me, man. Kev of all trades. I got a lot on my plate. Briefing prep, arms procurement, client negotiation, HR, biz dev, accounting, you name it. Lately, though, I've been focusing more on sales and on-site coordination. Oh.
Never...
You know, I have to hand it to you guys. Cyborgs are just amazing to me. So much power and speed.
It's not all gravy.
No? How so?
Well, things have improved a lot in the past few years. But back when I was modded for the first time, keeping artificial blood free of impurities was a huge hassle. Artificial muscles need a constant flow of oxygen from a blood source, just like the real thing. But it was a challenge getting the kidney units as small as they needed to be. We all had to undergo routine dialysis.
Sounds rough.
Used to be even worse back when Dr. Clark was still experimenting. Bad nerve connections would screw with the test subject's pain receptors. It was torture. Compared to that, I had it pretty easy.
It wasn't until recently that you could eat and drink like normal people, right?
That's right. We generally use glucose-based nutrient packs to keep the brain running. But we can absorb nutrients orally now, too. Whatever we eat's broken down by nanomachines, and we have taste sensors as well. It's not exactly like it was before. The difference is, I can turn those sensors off if I don't need them. That's been surprisingly useful.
So cyborgs can live pretty much normal lives now?
Well, getting there. We still need fuel cells and nutrition packs, not to mention regular maintenance. It's a lot of dough. Of course, another big problem's how other people look at you.
How do you mean?
There was a time when I wore artificial skin. Tried to look as close to normal as possible. I've still got some now, on my face. The tech at the time wasn't great. You still looked pretty unnatural. Maybe you could fool someone from far away, but up close, even a baby could tell I wasn't human. Going out shopping or whatever, you could feel all those eyes on you. I tried to find something to do other than fight, but looking like I did got me 2 strikes pretty much as soon as I walked through the door.
That sounds terrible.
Well, you appreciated it when people were honest about it, at least. But when they were too polite to just say so, that was rough. Things are getting better these days, though. Artificial skin's improved a lot. And you don't get so many stares now that the general public knows about cyborgs.
Maybe I should look into the cyborg thing, huh? I could eat whatever I want, whenever I want.
Probably cheaper just getting lipo, Courtney.
Jerk.
Courtney, there's something
I'd like your opinion on.
What's up?
It's how I replenish my electrolytes. I'm basically feeding off these cyborgs.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, you're a bundle of
That.
hats.
I don't really see any better options, to be honest. I doubt your old body would have stood up against the Desperado Captains or Jetstream Sam. And if we fail here, it's not only bad for us, but for our clients and all of Sakumi.
Yeah, you're right.
Besides, it's like you say, no one's forcing them to be here. They chose to throw in with the terrorists.
Yeah.
I won't lie, I don't feel great about it. But in the scheme of things, yes, I think it's justified.
Thanks. I guess it's never black and white in this business, is it?
No. No, it's not. Do you and Kevin work a lot together, Raiden?
Well, Maverick's not that big. Unless you're a short-term contractor, you tend to work with the same guys. Last job we were on together, I was hired by the Carabinieri to track down 3 Albanian mafiosos. They'd fled Italy for Montenegro, and I had to bring them back. It wasn't easy. All 3 of them had cybernetic upgrades. Without Kev, I could have been in serious trouble.
He was with an NGO before Maverick, I think, handling disarmament work for the UN.
Yeah. He and Boris met while working together to resolve a conflict in Africa. They hit it off. So when Boris gave him a job opportunity, he took it.
I kind of wonder why. We're pretty much the opposite of a disarmament outfit.
3 things are needed after a conflict: disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration into society. That's the way it usually goes. I guess Kevin felt like the process was getting to be a joke. Even if the UN taps the group that caused the conflict for post-war cleanup, there's no way of ensuring their sincere cooperation. There's always a chance they'll underreport the number of soldiers they've got on hand.
That, or they only disarm the useless parts of their force. The ones with outdated weapons and gear.
Yeah. Meanwhile, they can hide their standing force, the one with all the up-to-date weaponry, from the UN. Afghanistan saw a lot of that, since the wars were all waged by rival military cliques. Anyway, Kev saw that happening on a daily basis in Africa. Guess he just wanted a job where he had a firmer grasp on what was going on. And then along comes Boris. Kev had to think it over for a while, sure. But, well, here we all are.
PMCs are going to need more people like him. And me too, I guess. You know, civilian viewpoints.
Couldn't agree more.
What's up? No? Did you need...
No, just one.
Raiden, are you fully versed in the... A lecture? No, of course not. I'm hardly an expert. Of course, I know the first practical application of the technology was for aircraft HUDs. Then head-mounted displays, HMDs. The data could be seen even as the viewer moved their head. As the technology improved, it was integrated into retinal imaging, contact lenses. Soon it became standard issue not just for pilots, but infantry soldiers as well. Of course, with cyborgs such as yourself, the data can be fed directly to the optic nerve.
No lecture, huh? Anyway, there's more to my augmented reality than just upgraded HMD tech.
Of course there is, Dummkopf. You did not let me finish.
Oh, you weren't finished?
AR is a much broader concept. It is more a design concept than a particular imaging methodology. It encompasses HUDs, HMDs, any and all manner of visual real-time data overlay. Though recently, some reserve the AR label for virtual objects the subject can both see and touch. For example, your codec menu and zoom slider. Such objects do not exist anywhere in the real world, not even as images. They are fed directly to your optic nerve, so only you can see them. Yet, when you interact with them, sensory feedback is delivered to the nerves in your fingers. It gives you the sense of touching a thing that does not exist.
Beats lugging around a sat radio and giant scope, that's for sure.
There is another school of thought on precisely what constitutes AR.
Seriously, more of this?
It defines AR as anything which obscures the boundary between reality and that experienced by the viewer.
Well, how would that be different from VR?
Well, for example, let's say that you and I are having a nice chat face to face. Suddenly, I disappear. Poof! And in my place appears a ravishing, nubile young woman. Is the girl the projected image or the reality? Perhaps I was the AR. How would you know?
The accent might be a clue.
Such things can be controlled with a simple hack of your auditory nerves.
Well, that's comforting. So how is this different from VR again?
Well, it is, I suppose, strictly speaking, it is rather similar. Both are a method for completely fooling the senses, rather than simply augmenting them. Although, technically it would be MR, mixed reality, since there are some real elements involved. Yes, of course, that would be the distinction and the correct term. In any case, the advance of MR technology leads to many interesting philosophical questions. What happens when appearances cease to have meaning? It is no longer see it to believe it, after all. It could make for a great advance in cyborg acceptance, you know. They could project a perfectly normal human body to be seen by anyone who can perceive MR.
I don't know. Sounds like it might cause more problems than it'd solve to me. Hey, Dom. What can you tell me about the carbon nanotubes used in artificial muscles? I know they're the real key behind the proliferation of cyborgs, but...
Well, a carbon nanotube, or CNT, is a sheet of carbon graphite formed like a tube. They range from 15 nanometers in diameter all the way down to under 1 nanometer. 1 nanometer, you recall, is one billionth of a meter. Quite small. As you've likely seen, the carbon atoms that make up the sheet are organized in a 6-point ring shape. These hexagonal structures are connected to each other along their edges.
Sort of like a soccer ball.
Precisely. Such structures are known as Buckminster fullerene. CNTs were discovered by accident while scientists were researching other fullerenes. CNTs have assorted properties, each with the potential to drive vast leaps in industrial technology. Consider, for example, that the conducting properties and resistance to strong currents far outclass copper. They have great mechanical strength and can be shaped into incredibly thin form factors, all of which can directly contribute to improving integrated circuits. Furthermore, the atomic links in sp2 carbon are the strongest of all types of atoms. Its tensile strength is greater than even diamond. All that, and its weight is only half that of aluminum. It is also quite elastic, making it ideal for bomb-proofing vehicles, buildings, and other structures.
Sounds like some kind of wonder material.
There have been numerous plans drawn up for orbital elevators in the past. The problem being that no material was strong enough to make them practical. CNTs make such dreams one step closer to reality. You can change their structures by using the right power voltage, and they can withstand temperatures between minus 190 and plus 1500 degrees centigrade. They feature a large surface area and an empty space within the tube. This allows for such things as fuel and catalysts to be stored inside. It's that particular trait which has enabled the development of fuel cell-infused artificial muscles.
Straight out of sci-fi, huh?
Well, truth is stranger than fiction. Science fiction, even. Scientists are currently expanding upon all of CNT's uses. But it has taken a fair amount of time since their discovery for practical implementations to pop up. Historically, mass manufacture was deemed too difficult, the costs astronomical.
Practical manufacturing methods were established in the early 2010s, but the Patriots hushed that up.
Indeed. And now that it's out in the wild, we are finally well and truly in the carbon nanotube age. You must continue along.
What's up? Okay, save complete. Don't let your guard down, okay?
Okay. So, we've reached the 10-hour mark in the stream. So this is where I'm gonna end it for right now. We're gonna be continuing Metal Gear Rising Revengeance next, and then probably try and finish the game and move on to another. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again in a few hours. Have a good rest of your day, night, /morning/whatever. Bye.